pretty sure that's what it's called. Just woke up on the corner of half passed out, didn't get much sleep. All I needed was a night out, love, sex, dreams. What you know about heartbreak, hotels, sneaking through the back gate. No, I won't tell why I never sleep no more. Don't remember dreams no more. Got me thinking about panic when I'm thinking I was down bad, never had my confessions, I just disregarded. All that got me here made me question why I do this shit. Moving on too quick, guess I'll never learn from my lessons. Gotta live in the present, but now I got Finny and pride in my baggage, heavy and harder to lift. I just ran up 20 racks and still got therapy at 6. Clarity's a bitch, but I got my bag now. 27 grams in hell till I pass out. Wasted all my energy, I got mine back now. Self-destructive tendencies, but we were making memories. I have no regrets, just some shit I might do differently. Nothing's changed, we still got teenage problems. Sick to my stomach, I'm still hung up on the same shit. Even though she loved me, she bumped me up on a plate list. She still took my heart and said, watch how I'm gonna break this. She an A-list heartbreaker, thinking she could hold me down. Little does she know that I'll be gone before she come around again. Blocking all my socials, burning bridges, no man. It's been too cold, I'm toxic, so I'm fucking all the friends. Fucking all the front and bridges. Hey, they break a to my hold me down. Been too cold, toxic, so burning bridges. Hey, heartbreaker, hold me down. Fucking all the friends, yeah. Wasted all my energy, I got mine back now. Self-destructive tendencies, but we were making memories. I have no regrets, just some shit I might do differently. Nothing's changed, we still got teenage problems. Sick to my stomach, I'm still hung up on the same chick. Even though she loved me, she bumped me up on a plate list. She still took my heart and said, watch how I'm gonna break this. She an A-list heartbreaker, thinking she could hold me down. Little does she know that I'll be gone before she come around again. Blocking all my socials, burning bridges, no man. It's been too cold, I'm toxic, so I'm fucking all the friends, yeah.
And all teams just having one game to go. That's all for now, we'll have more later. Here are your latest Manchester United headlines. I'm Aidan Perkins. Boss Ole Gunnar Solskjaer said that the 1-1 draw with already relegated Fulham on Tuesday night is a wake-up call for his United players ahead of the Europa League final. United went in front at Old Trafford with a fabulous lobbed effort from Edinson Cavani, but Fulham rallied in the second half, Joe Bryan equalising, and that meant that for the first time with fans present at Old Trafford this season, they went home a bit frustrated with a 1-1 draw. Afterwards, Solskjaer said, I think it might be a wake-up call because we tried to do the fancy stuff, the flicks, the extraordinary things, the things that please the fans. That's not what we're about, and we should be more efficient, Solskjaer said. Afterwards, the Manchester United boss was also asked about possible interest in a new striker, with of course Harry Kane's future at Tottenham very much up. Here are your latest Tottenham Hotspur headlines. I'm Aidan Perkins. We'll start with team news ahead of the home clash with Aston Villa on Wednesday evening. Boss or interim head coach Ryan Mason has said he's not sure whether Serge Aurier will be available after he missed the win over Wolves recently with a groin strain. Ben Davies, though, has again been ruled out, and he is also in a race to be fit for Wales's Euro 2020 campaign this summer. Spurs currently sit 6th in the table, 4 points behind Liverpool, and a place in the top 4 is now beyond them officially after Chelsea beat Leicester on Tuesday evening. So 5th is the best that Tottenham could realistically hope for this season, although 6th place looks more likely ahead of the match. And Mason has said that he's not heard anything about reports that Harry Kane has handed in a transfer request and wants to leave Tottenham this summer. Mason said that Kane is happy and is just focused on matters on the pitch, and he's looking forward to the game against Villa. Mason has also confirmed that Kane will play despite the speculation linking him with a summer exit. In terms of that, Spurs apparently are believed to be looking at their options, with Kane widely reported to have told Tottenham that he wants to leave. Manchester United, Manchester City, Chelsea all been linked with Kane for now. Reports say that Spurs have even explored the possibility of trying to get in Borussia Dortmund striker Erling Braut Haaland as a replacement, although he'd cost an awful lot of money. Latest reports say that Manchester City are leading the race to sign Kane. That's all for now, we'll have more later. Here are your latest Tottenham Hotspur headlines. I'm Aidan Perkins. We'll start with team news ahead of the home clash with Aston Villa on Wednesday. Here are your latest Liverpool headlines. I'm Aidan Perkins. We'll start with team news ahead of the huge match against Burnley on Wednesday night, with the Reds' top four hopes in the Premier League and therefore getting into the Champions League still in their own hands. Chelsea beat Leicester 2-1 on Wednesday, but Liverpool know if they win their final two matches against Burnley on Wednesday and Crystal Palace at home on Sunday, then more than likely they will be in the Champions League, finishing fourth due to a better goal difference than Leicester, regardless of how the Foxes do in their final game. In terms of team news for the match, James Milner could be back, but Naby Keita has been ruled out. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain is also available again after he's missed the past couple of games due to illness. Diogo Jota is still out with a foot injury, but boss Jurgen Klopp has said that there is now a small chance that Jota could be back for the game against Palace at the weekend after he went for further scans. It was initially said that Jota would be out for the rest of the season when he was ruled out before the game against West Brom, but now Klopp has said there is a chance that he could be back for the weekend and the injury is nowhere near as bad.
See me eye to eye. You can be my babe, be my sweetie pie. Already, and she said she love me, and I wonder why. Where'd you go? Why you keep running from me? I just don't understand why you make it hard to breathe. Why you keep playing to keep it 100 with me? You got me lost and I'm taken away by the sea. I know I never really pick up the phone, so maybe you should leave a message at the tone. I don't really know my right from my wrong. She don't either, cause she got no manners. She a dancer, she go bananas in front of cameras, and she glamorous, I can't stand it, but they don't know that she's a lot to handle, yeah. How can't you tell? You're way too much to handle, and I hope you're well, even though you caused me damage, girl. No manners, she a dancer, she go bananas in front of cameras, and she glamorous, I can't stand it, but they don't know that she's a lot to handle, yeah. How can't you tell? You're way too much to handle. I hope you're well, even though you caused me damage. Silence was good. Do that shit, Willow. I go full throttle, I'm a young risk taker. Smoking gasoline, getting faded, no taper. I hopped in the game just to be a game changer, but I came from nothing, I ain't asking for no favor. I go full throttle, I'm a young risk taker. Smoking gasoline, getting faded, no taper. I hopped in the game just to be a game changer, but I came from nothing, I ain't asking for no favors.
And I would advise the residents in those.
You should know that I'm a young heartbreaker. Don't play yourself, there's not no damn matchmaker. But I'ma pull up and I watching Macaulay, yeah. She just wanna fuck with me cause I'm ballin', yeah. I got paper like a desk in the office, yeah. Throw these racks and watch it pot lock and drop it, yeah. Shake for me what your mama gave you. That's bad behavior. Can't let nobody take her from me, no. There's one thing that's for certain. Your shawty picture perfect, and she know that she worth it, cause she know how to work. I go full throttle, I'm a young risk taker. Smoking gasoline, getting faded, no taper. I hopped in the game just to be a game changer, but I came from nothing, I ain't asking for no favor. I go full throttle, I'm a young risk taker. Smoking gasoline, getting faded, no taper. I hopped in the game just to be a game changer, but I came from nothing, I ain't asking for no favors. take it this kind of night. All the noise and the lights, oh, I'm driving over and I know that it's late. I just want you close and nothing you need to say. When you open the door, I know that I'll be okay. Can we just stay still? Don't overthink it, stay still. Just for a minute, the world is moving way too fast, and I just need something to last. So just stay still. I'm coming over, third time this week. Waking up in your sheets, and though my head is spinning and I've been losing faith, with you I'm safe, so I'm driving over. Yeah, I know that it's late. I just want you close and nothing you need to say. When you open the door, I know that I'll be okay. Can we just stay still? Don't overthink it, stay still. Just for a minute, the world is moving way too fast. I just need something to last, so just stay still. Can we just stay still? Don't overthink it. Stay still. Just for a minute, the world is moving way too fast. I just need something to last, so just stay. Still. Babe, I've been holding my breath all night. One more day, I'll have to say goodbye. Sweet like sugar on a sunny day. This love, I know we just can't replace. Oh, I'm in over my head, baby. I've been telling myself that I'm holding on to one more day with you. I'm holding on to one more day with you now.
Chanel, is that you?
Truly soda, take a sip. Got 2 new bitches in the crib. 40 on me, throw a fit. Talk shit and you get in. Let it real, let it hit off. That's how you gon' miss. Just hit demons for the fit off. Shit right on your shit slow. Run in these circles, I just love to spin. Gone down in my ear too, yeah, this just might be your fucking end. Your lungs hold the purple vision circles, I just gotta spin. She thinks I'm selfish, I don't split up any dividends. She told me that sharing is caring, but I could care less. She want that new product back, well baby, I could care less. Yeah, I let it spin, so I just catch this head, forget about it. I don't really need that bitch, but yours, you gon' care about it. Truly soda, take a sip. Got 2 new bitches in the crib. 40 on me, throw a fit. Talk shit and you get in. Let it real, let it hit off. That's how you gon' miss. Just hit demons for the fit off. Shit right on your shit slow.
Demon for the drip, but you would never know. 1100 shit, I call Tyson, he gon' let it go. Lately, I've been off the shit, so I feel it getting on. My 2, 2, 3 start acting up and shit get difficult. Wishing I would care more. Right inside my jeans, some things I really care for. Couple bags on me, my bitch been asking me to share more. Fuck your bitch, then I roll up a zip and I play Paramore. Feelings get invested, that's some shit that I ain't here for. Yeah.
Ice cream cold as fuck, yeah, my heart froze. Let my soul grab to a dark rose. When you're frozen up to your barcode, take a journey up this embargo. Ice cream cold as fuck, yeah, my heart froze. Let my soul grab to a dark rose. When you're frozen up to your barcode, take a journey up this embargo. Ice cream cold as fuck, yeah, my heart froze. Let my soul grab to a dark rose. Ice cream cold as fuck, yeah. My macros and checks, they were hypersex, they wish for the best. My life is a mess, I'm on to the next. Bitch, I'm on a quest, was late for that. Ice cream cold as fuck, yeah, my heart froze. Let my soul grab to a dark rose. When you're frozen up to your barcode, take a journey up this embargo. Ice cream cold as fuck, yeah, my heart froze. Let my soul grab to a dark rose. When you're frozen up to your barcode, take a journey up this embargo. I do cold as fuck, yeah, my heart froze. Let my soul grab to a dark rose. I do cold as fuck, yeah, my heart froze. Let my soul grab to a dark rose.
But you know I'm ballin' just a little bit. Think I might just blow another back. She gon' give me nothing but adrenaline. I ain't got no time for all of that. But you know I'm ballin' just a little bit. Think I might just blow another back. She gon' give me nothing but adrenaline. I ain't got no time for all of that. Oh, she want it, on and on. And I think I'm about to drop some Molly. We be on it, getting higher than the stars up. We beyond it. I already got your bitch, we ain't even started. I ain't talking about no drama. I don't wanna get involved in. I don't bother, so I wonder why she calling on my phone. Girl, leave me alone. Purple got me faded and I'm smoking on that strong. Yeah, I don't feel like going out to
Well, in attendance at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and they will see Harry Kane up front, despite the England captain reportedly telling the club he wants to leave this summer. It's 2 changes in total by interim boss Ryan Mason from the victory over Wolves at the weekend. Gareth Bale and Giovanni Lo Celso drop out. Harry Winks and Steven Bergwijn come in. The big news for Villa is their captain Jack Grealish is back to start for the first time since February. He, Marvelous Lacamba and Tyrone Mings come into the 11.
Tottenham play host to Aston Villa in the Premier League this evening, looking to boost their hopes of securing European football for next season. There will be some supporters as well in attendance at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and they will see Harry Kane up front, despite the England captain reportedly telling the club he wants to leave this summer. It's 2 changes in total by interim boss Ryan Mason from the victory over Wolves at the weekend. Gareth Bale and Giovanni Lo Celso drop out. Harry Winks and Steven Bergwijn come in. The big news for Villa is their captain Jack Grealish is back to start for the first time since February. He, Marvelous Lacamba and Tyrone Mings come into the 11. Tottenham play host to Aston Villa in the Premier League this evening, looking to boost their hopes of securing European football for next season. There will be some supporters as well in attendance at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and they will see Harry Kane up front, despite the England captain reportedly telling the club he wants to leave this summer. It's 2 changes in total by interim boss Ryan Mason from the victory over Wolves at the weekend. Gareth Bale and Giovanni Lo Celso drop out. Harry Winks and Steven Bergwijn come in. The big news for Villa is their captain Jack Grealish is back to start for the first time since February. He, Marvelous Lacamba and Tyrone Mings come into the 11. Tottenham play host to Aston Villa in the Premier League this evening, looking to boost their hopes of securing European football for next season. There will be some supporters as well in attendance at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and they will see Harry Kane up front, despite the England captain reportedly telling the club he wants to leave this summer. It's 2 changes in total by interim boss Ryan Mason from the victory over Wolves at the weekend. Gareth Bale and Giovanni Lo Celso drop out. Harry Winks and Steven Bergwijn come in. The big news for Villa is their captain Jack Grealish is back to start for the first time since February. He, Marvelous Lacamba and Tyrone Mings come into the 11. Tottenham play host to Aston Villa in the Premier League this evening, looking to boost their hopes of securing European football for next season. There will be some supporters as well in attendance at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and they will see Harry Kane up front, despite the England captain reportedly telling the club he wants to leave this summer. It's 2 changes in total by interim boss Ryan Mason from the victory over Wolves at the weekend. Gareth Bale and Giovanni Lo Celso drop out. Harry Winks and Steven Bergwijn come in. The big news for Villa is their captain Jack Grealish is back to start for the first time since February. He, Marvelous Lacamba and Tyrone Mings come into the 11. Tottenham play host to Aston Villa in the Premier League this evening, looking to boost their hopes of securing European football for next season. There will be some supporters as well in attendance at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and they will see Harry Kane up front, despite the England captain reportedly telling the club he wants to leave this summer. It's 2 changes in total by interim boss Ryan Mason from the victory over Wolves at the weekend. Gareth Bale and Giovanni Lo Celso drop out. Harry Winks and Steven Bergwijn come in. The big news for Villa is their captain Jack Grealish is back to start for the first time since February. He, Marvelous Lacamba and Tyrone Mings come into the 11. Tottenham play host to Aston Villa in the Premier League this evening, looking to boost their hopes of securing European football for next season. There will be some supporters as well in attendance at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and they will see Harry Kane up front, despite the England captain reportedly telling the club he wants to leave this summer. It's 2 changes in total by interim boss Ryan Mason from the victory over Wolves at the weekend.
Tomorrow night, and then the final, the one with James in it, the big shebang, that's on BBC One Saturday night at 8 o'clock.
It would be extraordinary if the UK won Eurovision. Talking of extraordinary, we've got this story coming up later in the programme of a blind cricket commentator. He uses sounds from the stumps and the actual thwack of the ball on the bat to do his job. Let's have a listen.
Front, despite the England captain reportedly telling the club he wants to leave this summer. It's 2 changes in total by interim boss Ryan Mason from the victory over Wolves at the weekend. Gareth Bale and Giovanni Lo Celso drop out. Harry Winks and Steven Bergwijn come in. The big news for Villa is their captain Jack Grealish is back to start for the first time since February. He, Marvelous Lacamba and Tyrone Mings come into the 11. Well, it's a very warm welcome along to our independent off-tube studio commentary of tonight's Premier League offering taking place at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's Spurs against Aston Villa. All the news in the build-up to this game, of course, has surrounded the future of Harry Kane in North London. He has reportedly told Spurs he wants to leave the club this summer, with a whole host of teams from both the rest of the Premier League and abroad said to be interested. Kane starts tonight, incidentally, and it's going to be interesting to see how he performs in front of what is supporters in a Premier League ground. The lockdown restrictions having, of course, been eased, so we've got around 10,000 fans in attendance at this match this evening. For Aston Villa, they're currently sitting 11th in the standings, unlikely to finish in the top half now, but they have welcomed Jack Grealish, their captain, back into the starting lineup this evening for the first time since February, following his injury issues, so he'll be hoping for a strong end to the campaign, both collectively with Villa and on a personal note, as he tries to force his way into Gareth Southgate's England squad alongside Harry Kane for this summer's European Championships. The match just underway then, Spurs in their traditional white and navy blue colours, going from right to left in the first half. Villa as well in their distinctive claret and blue. It is one of a number of Premier League games taking place this evening. Two others have kicked off at 6 p.m. as well. Everton versus Wolves and Newcastle against Sheffield United. I'll keep you up to date as and when the goals go in, and those matches are also available on this service. But the match a minute old then, the game I am watching, Tottenham against Aston Villa, and we have the first free kick. Tyrone Mings, another one of the Villa contingent to return to the starting 11 this evening. He has committed a foul there, bringing down Steven Bergwijn. The camera at the moment focused on Harry Kane. As I say, all the talk regarding his future. Wouldn't it be very Kane-esque though if he put in a match-winning and a man-of-the-match performance this evening? He's taking his place just around the D of the Villa penalty box, and he makes a dart now as the cross comes in from the right-hand side from the free kick, but the referee has pulled it back. He feels it was taken too quickly there. The referee, incidentally, this evening is Craig Pawson, so Heung-min Son will have to have another go at this free kick. Probably actually benefits Spurs, because the initial ball in didn't find Kane. Mind you, the second one's no better, easily cleared away on the edge of the box by Marvellous Nakamba. Japhet Tanganga helps it back into the area for Spurs, but that will comfortably bounce through to Emiliano Martinez in the Aston Villa goal. The 2-11s then in full. Hugo Lloris in goal for Tottenham. Tanganga, Alderweireld, Dyer and Reguilon are the back four for Spurs. Winks and Højbjerg in the midfield, with Bergwijn, Ali and Son supporting the before-mentioned Kane up front. For Aston Villa, Emiliano Martinez is in goal. Konsa, Mings, House and Target the back four. McGinn and Nakamba in the midfield, with Traore, Grealish and El Ghazi supporting Ollie Watkins up front. So both teams playing 4-2-3-1 formations. Spurs, it's two changes from the victory over Wolves last time out. Giovanni Lo Celso and Gareth Bale dropping down to the bench. 3 changes in total for Villa from their last game, and Mings joining Grealish in the starting 11, as does Marvellous Nakamba. But a regular run in the game in the team at the moment for Dele Alli, the Tottenham midfielder, so out of favour as he was under Jose Mourinho, but Ryan Mason has restored him to the 11 more often than not since he took temporary charge last month. We've got a free kick though to Aston Villa. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Tottenham 0, Aston Villa 0. Martinez, the goalkeeper, will send it deep into Spurs territory, headed clear by Tanganga, only at the expense though of a Villa throw-in midway inside the Spurs half. Of course, Spurs still have ambitions of finishing as high as 5th in the standings this season, looking to secure European football, Europa League football preferably now at this stage. Of course, there's the Europa Conference League they could also end up in if they finish 7th. But they come into this game 6th above 7th place West Ham on goal difference. There's then a 3-point gap to the likes of Leeds and Everton below Spurs. So Sergio Reguilon takes a throw-in, goes back towards Eric Dyer. He sweeps it across the edge of his own penalty area to find his central defensive colleague Toby Alderweireld. Now Højbjerg will form part of Denmark's squad at this summer's European Championships. Alderweireld will be representing Belgium. Floats a searching ball forward. It's cut out by Matt Target. Drops to Ali, 40 yards from goal. Now Bergwijn, edge of the Villa penalty area. Works infield. Kane tries to tee up the on-rushing Tanganga. I presume must have been shouting for it because he was coming on the blind side of Harry Kane, but Tanganga was well tracked there by Anwar El Ghazi. El Ghazi, someone else who could be playing at Euro 2020 this summer. He's in Holland's preliminary squad, following a pretty impressive season with Villa. He's been amongst the goals, the wide man. He's lost possession there, though. It's broke to Højbjerg for Spurs. Alderweireld now across to Eric Dyer. Dyer gets it back off Ali. John McGinn applying the press there, but Spurs have played through that. Alderweireld goes for another long crossfield attempted ball. This one is cut out easily enough by Mings. Bertrand Traoré now. Moves it off to Courtney Horse, but player's been pulled back for an earlier foul on Jack Grealish. Harry Winks, the man bringing the Villa skipper down. He's no stranger to being fouled. There's not many in the Premier League who get upended more often than Jack Grealish, although just looking at the replay there wasn't much contact from Winks, and I think that's why the Spurs midfielder had a very wry smile on his face as he trotted back into position. Spurs player now down over on the right-hand side. It's Tanganga, who looks like he was on the receiving end of a firm challenge there from El Ghazi. He's gingerly getting himself back to his feet. El Ghazi was fighting to keep the ball in play on the far side, and as he chested it back in field, he had to stretch to try and win it back off Tanganga, and Tanganga got there first, and then El Ghazi followed through and caught the Spurs right back a sore one on the shin. As I say, though, he's back on his feet now, seemingly okay. Spurs in possession. Eric Dyer deep inside his own half. Finds Winks. Højbjerg, left of centre. Works it over the halfway line to Reguilon, who almost carries the ball out of play under pressure from Bertrand Traoré, but shows good feet, goes back towards Dyer. It's his turn to play the long, early angle ball forward. Something we see a lot from Toby Alderweireld, but with Dyer playing it as well, it's maybe a ploy early on from Spurs to try and get the Villa defence turned round as quickly as possible. Martinez now in the Villa goal, former Arsenal player. Used to being in North London surroundings, goes to Courtney Horse, will clip the ball down the right hand channel. It's cut out though by Reguilon. The camber then fails to control in the middle of the park. He has his pocket picked by Bergwijn. He's into the area, and Steven Bergwijn rifles the ball into the roof of the net. It's a fantastic finish from the Dutchman, capitalising on a real error from Marvellous Nakambi. He couldn't get the ball under control. Bergwijn was sharper, and that is a brilliant finish. Early goal at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and Spurs lead Aston Villa by 1-0, and it's an emphatic goal from Steven Bergwijn, all of his own making. Really, he robs Marvellous Nakambi, who was cumbersome in possession about 40 yards from goal. Bergwijn takes it off the midfielder on his blind side, breaks into the penalty area, shows great strength and poise to hold off a couple of challenges before rifling the ball right-footed into the roof of the net. Absolutely no chance for Emi Martinez in the Aston Villa goal. It's the first effort of note we've had in the match so far, and it's ended in a goal. It's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 0. It really is an emphatic finish from Steven Bergwijn, who hasn't featured that much of late himself. One of the men to come back into the starting lineup this evening, incidentally, which certainly reminded everyone of what he's capable of. You might remember, it seems a long time ago, on his debut last February for Spurs, he scored what proved to be the winning goal against Manchester City in the Premier League. That was pre-lockdown, which of course feels an eternity ago to us all, but there's a reminder of exactly what he is capable of. Really good finish that from Bergwijn. And he's got his team in front with the first effort on goal from either side in the match. In truth, Spurs have been bossing the possession early doors, so it's no surprise to see them getting their noses in front. Still goalless, incidentally, in the other two Premier League games already to kick off this evening between Everton and Wolves and Newcastle and Sheffield United. Everton, another of the sides that could still sneak into the European places, incidentally. Spurs won't be worrying about the teams below them if they can continue winning as they are at the moment. Perfect start for Ryan Mason. It won't see Spurs, if they win this game, move any higher than 6th in the standings, but barring a mathematical miracle, it would mean they're going to be 6th heading into the final day. West Ham playing later this evening would be 3 points behind Tottenham, but with a far inferior goal difference. As Martinez gets another touch with the ball at his feet for Aston Villa, closed down by Harry Kane. Kane's pressure seemingly doing the trick, because Martinez has rather carelessly sent his clearance straight out of play. It's not been a really impressive start from Aston Villa in this game. Their season, of course, has tailed off slightly. Only one win across their last 8 Premier League matches, sorry, the last 7 Premier League matches. They were European hopefuls themselves until a few weeks ago. Jack Grealish, his absence, of course, has been one of the main reasons, you would say, for their slump. He's won a free kick there and he sends it early, looking over the top towards Watkins. Lloris was slightly hesitant in coming out. He does enough to watch the ball out of play for a goal kick. Watkins feels Lloris was actually fouling him there, but Craig Pawson, I don't think, appears interested. Watkins is really pleading his case, though, to the official. The ball's going straight out of play. I mean, he does slide straight into Ollie Watkins, actually, Hugo Lloris. Completely unnecessary. All he had to do was usher the ball out for a goal kick, but he slides out in clumsy fashion, and he does go straight into Ollie Watkins. And I know the ball's pretty much out of play when that happens, but I think that is still a legitimate penalty appeal for Aston Villa. Dean Smith certainly thinks so. He was adamant on the sideline, as you would expect. But yeah, I can completely understand why. It's one of those, when I initially saw it, I thought, oh, Watkins was just waiting for the contact, saw the ball was going out to play and looking for a penalty, but glancing back at the replay, it appears to show that possibly could have been a spot kick, but the VAR team are not interested. They've not asked Craig Pawson to come across and look at his pitch side monitor. Play has resumed, so no penalty for Aston Villa. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 0 it remains. Toby Alderweireld for Spurs. Finds Dyer. And returns it to the Belgian. Grealish leading the Villa press. Harry Winks now for Spurs. Works it out to the left-hand side with Reguilon. Who will again look for the early ball over the top. Son's the runner. Easily cut out by Courtney Hawes, but only at the expense of a throw-in. Clearly a tactic, that, though, from Spurs, to get those angled crossfield balls up the field quickly. Reguilon will take this resulting throw-in midway inside the Aston Villa half. Gets it back off Kane, the Spaniard. Højbjerg now to Winks, and across to Tanganga it goes. Bergwijn, the goal scorer, skips inside away from Matt Targett. Works it back out to Tanganga, who remains forward in this move. Winks, thought about the cross into the box, instead goes sideways to Højbjerg. Bergwijn involved once more. This is confident play from Tottenham, everyone getting involved, getting a touch in the build-up. Tanganga into Ali, a nice little give and go between those two. Crossing position for Japhet Tanganga, perhaps. He flicks it into Kane. Ali will now lift it into the box. Bergwijn trying to help it on. Breaks to Reguilon on the edge of the area. His volley, though, straight into the body of Bertrand Traoré, but Son will retrieve the situation for Spurs. Reguilon now bursting into the penalty area. He's held up by Ezra Konsa. He's now struggling to get the ball clear because of the pressure from Reguilon and Kane. Spurs do win it back only momentarily, though. Reguilon's touch takes it out of play for a throw, but good intensity and desire from Tottenham in these opening 14 minutes. Really looking to end what has been a disappointing campaign on a high. And at the moment, they are by far the better team. Tottenham still lead Aston Villa by 1-0. Steven Bergwijn scoring inside the opening 10 minutes, and they have been the dominant team in the match. Spurs, their attitude has been really good. They're working hard, they're pressing high, but they easily could have given away a penalty. A long ball forward from Jack Grealish looked to be going straight out of play for a goal kick. Hugo Lloris was a little bit slow in coming out of his goal. Ollie Watkins were chasing the ball down. The ball did drift out of play, but as it did so, Lloris slid in and appeared to take Watkins out. It looked like it probably should have been a penalty, but referee Craig Pawson did not point to the spot, and VAR did not advise the on-field official to take a second look, so no penalty. Dean Smith was incensed. It remains Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 0. Yeah, it is a real talking point, that penalty shout for Aston Villa that wasn't given. So a long way to go in the game, but I'm sure if Villa do go on and lose the match, then Dean Smith will point to that call as a pivotal moment. Villa are coming forward now down the left-hand side with El Ghazi. Grealish overlapping. El Ghazi uses his skipper. Grealish to the byline, dinks a good-looking ball towards the far post. A little bit too long, though, for Ollie Watkins. Ali can now bring it clear for Spurs down the left-hand side. They'll look to play their way out from the back of the home team. Well, it's eventually turned over on the halfway line. Horse knocks it down for Tyrone Mings. Ball into Nakamba, who this time shows decent poise in holding off the challenge of Ali. McGinn into Grealish. Well, Ghazi's made the run. Grealish ignores him, instead goes right. Sprays the ball out towards Konsa. Konsa playing it right back in the absence of Matty Cash. Of course, primarily a centre-back. Courtney Hawes has come into that position. And Hawes is now on the ball, finds Mings. Mings across to Matt Targett on the left-hand side. And Villa content to enjoy really their first bit of sustained possession in this match so far. El Ghazi back towards Targett. Mings is one of the Villa players that will be looking to go to the Euros this summer with England. John McGinn, incidentally, included in the Scotland squad today that was announced. Grealish across to Watkins, edge of the Spurs penalty area. Might fancy a shot. Ollie Watkins, he's worked half a yard. He drags it across the face of the 6-yard box. Almost breaks for Traore. And Tanganga is able to scramble it clear at the far post. But that was not the best defending from Spurs. Reguilon didn't want to really engage with Watkins. He was backing off the striker, and Watkins worked it onto his right foot and rather dragged his effort towards goal in the end. Traore couldn't get a pivotal touch. He's got the ball now, though, Bertrand Traore. Works it onto his favoured left foot, finds Grealish. 20 yards from goal, Jack Grealish strikes, but it's always sailing wide of the target. But this has been much better from Aston Villa over the last 2 or 3 minutes, and they're getting Jack Grealish more and more involved, which can only be a positive for the visitors. Tottenham still leading, though, by 1-0. Goalless in the other 2 Premier League games ongoing. Everton versus Wolves, Newcastle against Sheffield United. Spurs look to come forward. Ali down the left-hand side, supported by Son. The South Korean goes back in towards Ali. Højbjerg on the halfway line. Now Alderweireld. Bergwijn's made another darting run in field. Alderweireld will look towards Dele Alli. Too much, though, on the pass from the Belgian. That was a theme, though, of Spurs a couple of years ago. Alderweireld's long balls over the top, and Dele Alli, more often than not, was the man to get on the end of them, and he scored a few goals via that route. Begin for Aston Villa. Good ball down the right-hand side to find Konsa, who carries over the halfway line. Searching pass of his own now down the line to Watkins, an ever-willing runner up front. He's held up by Alderweireld. Konsa's there now in support, and Konsa digs out a decent-looking cross. Cleared away by Dyer. Comes to Watkins once more for Aston Villa. Steps away from a couple of half-hearted challenges there from a Spurs point of view. Nakamba back to McGinn. Space now for Jack Grealish, supported by Targett down the left-hand side, and El Ghazi. Targett finds Grealish into Nakamba. Targett's just about the furthest man forward at the moment. Nakamba tries to cross into the box. Oh, Reguilon has sliced the ball into the back of his own net. It is an own goal from the Spurs left back, and one of those collector items own goals. It's one that you would see on the the Christmas bloopers reel, really, on those DVDs you used to get. Reguilón, though, will not want to see that again. It is a moment to forget for the Spurs player. Nakamba's cross into the box. He's got no one around him within 5 yards, but he slices it with his unfavoured right foot into the back of the net. Hugo Lloris at full stretch gets a fingertip to it, but can't keep it out. Sergio Reguilón will want the ground to swallow him up, but he's scored an own goal and gifted Aston Villa a route back into this game. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1, an own goal from Sergio Reguilón, and it's one of the strangest own goals you will see. Cross into the box from the left-hand side by marvellous Nakamba. No one around Reguilón, friend or foe. He has plenty of time. He could have brought it down. He tries to clear it first time with his unfavoured right foot and slices it with the outside of that boot into the back of the net. He's fully 16 yards out when he does this. He slices it. Lloris at full stretch trying to keep it out, gets fingertips to it. He can't. And from absolutely nowhere, Aston Villa are back on level terms. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1. A moment to forget, certainly, for Reguilón. It can happen to anyone, but yeah, it's one of those comical own goals in a lot of ways, but certainly not a comical one if you are a Spurs supporter or Ryan Mason, the interim manager. Own goal nonetheless, and both sides now on the score sheet inside the opening 21 minutes of this contest. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1. It might just lift Aston Villa, who were just slowly feeling their way back into the game as it was. Bergwijn now for Spurs. Worked out to Dele Alli, whose cross into the box is blocked away by Nakamba, who will be feeling a lot better himself. His mistake that led to the Spurs opening goal from Bergwijn. Tanganga now down the line to Steven Bergwijn, who gives it back to the academy graduate. Ali now rolling away from Nakamba. Back to Højbjerg. Bergwijn once more back to Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, who's the pivot at the base of that midfield for Tottenham Hotspur. Got Harry Winks alongside him this evening, and Winks will look to lift the ball over the top. Too much on it though there from Winks, and all these long balls from Tottenham have not really come off so far. I keep mentioning it is part of their game plan, it would seem, but the accuracy of those balls, whether it's from Winks or from Alderweireld, it just hasn't quite been there. Sure, replays of that Reguilón own goal once again. He's just in front of the penalty spot, really. He's got time, he can bring that down, he wants to clear it, but even then you do not expect it to slice like that off the outside of his right boot and into the far corner, with Hugo Lloris at full stretch seemingly being able to do nothing about it. It's definitely one for the bloopers reel. And a gift for Aston Villa, who are looking to come forward now with Jack Grealish, supported by El Ghazi down the left-hand side. El Ghazi, first-time low cross. Oh, Alderweireld doesn't cut it out. Watkins' shot, blocked by Dyer. McGinn will keep the attack alive for Aston Villa, who all of a sudden have a spring in their step. El Ghazi again down the left-hand side. Target, back to Grealish. A little give and go there between El Ghazi and Grealish. It'll break to McGinn on the edge of the area, who strikes over the top of the crossbar. Spurs were pretty comfortable and dominant for the opening 15 minutes of this game. All of a sudden, Aston Villa are now the side in the ascendancy. But for a good block from Eric Dyer, that effort from Ollie Watkins certainly would have been troubling Hugo Lloris in the Spurs goal. McGinn's effort that followed that was always rising over the top of the crossbar. Spurs just looked to regather themselves. Dyer to Højbjerg, who's dropping in as a third centre-back there. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Winks. Reguilón. A more assured touch from him on this occasion. Højbjerg once more, rolls it infield to Eric Dyer. Alderweireld to Winks inside the centre circle. He's got time to turn. Son to switch the ball into the feet of Harry Kane, who's barely had a kick really in these opening 24 minutes. He's been kicked there though by John McGinn. Brings him down. Free kick to Tottenham. No, nothing really for Harry Kane to get his teeth into so far.
mentioned at the start of the game, it is believed that he's asked Spurs to let him leave the club this summer. Possibly a transfer saga that is going to go on for the next few months, you would imagine anyway. Chelsea, Manchester United, Manchester City, Barcelona, all said to be interested. Other clubs likely to join that race as well. Leslie Conser's feeling the effects of an aerial challenge there. I think he's been given the free kick as well, the Villa defender. They've worked out towards Mings. 25 minutes on the clock. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1. Mings looks route 1 over the top towards Watkins, who's being marshalled on the left-hand side by Eric Dyer. Watkins waiting for the support. Finds it in El Ghazi, but his touch was poor. Took him straight into Dyer, who then gives away possession cheaply himself. Villa have a throw-in now on the left-hand side. Target will take it into Grealish. There's his pocket picked by Højbjerg. Possession turning over pretty cheaply at the moment. Bergwijn feels he was fouled there by Target. Referee not interested. Grealish will come forward now for Villa. Strike towards goal and towards the near post, but shot lacked any real power and was comfortably saved by Hugo Lloris. Yeah, just a little bit of a scrappy period there from both sides. Neither team able to keep hold of possession for any sustained length of time. Toby Alderweireld for Spurs. Into Winks. Ali just waiting for the ball to come to him. That allowed the Nakamba to nip in, and Villa can spring forward once again. Grealish to Traore. Lovely turn from Bertrand Traore. Great feet from the wide man. Horse now. Steps away from Kane. Into McGinn. Against ball forward though is poor. I don't think he was quite on the same wavelength there as Watkins. It was intercepted by Dyer. Ali now keeps the ball moving out to the right hand side. Tanganga trapped by El Ghazi. Ali's there in support once again for Spurs. Højbjerg out to Reguilon on the left hand side. Højbjerg once more seeing as much of the ball as anyone, the Spurs midfielder. Dyer now to Alderweireld, who's 15 yards inside the Aston Villa half. In fact, all the outfield players currently inside Villa territory. Dyer, the deepest of those, finds Son. For all their possession, Spurs have only had 2 shots, 1 on target, which was the goal. Villa have also just had 1 on target, which was not their goal, I suppose, because Reguilon's won't count as a shot on target for them, but they have had more shots in general, the visitors, 5 in total. Eric Dyer for Spurs will bring the ball forward once again. Finds Kane, who's in a left-back position at the moment, to get involved. And that's a really poor ball forward from Harry Kane. Straight into the gloves of Emiliano Martinez, who can gather comfortably. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1. It remains in North London. Spurs bossing the possession, but Villa looking the more dangerous when they come forward. Ollie Watkins has had an effort well blocked by Eric Dyer, with the strike certainly was going to be hitting the target. Then on the follow-up, John McGinn sent an effort from the edge of the area over the top of the crossbar. For Spurs, they're not really creating anything going forward themselves. And Harry Kane, who of course has reportedly handed in a transfer request, or at least told Spurs that he would like to leave this summer. Well, he's hardly had a kick in this game so far. He's not the only one for the home side. It's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1. I feel a feeling they should have a free kick there, which would have been about 25 yards from goal. Grealish was driving forward. Son was the man Villa felt was the guilty party, but the foul wasn't given. Instead, Watkins was then penalised for bringing down Heung-min Son. So it's Spurs possession. Højbjerg has it. Works it down the line to Reguilon. Infield to Dele Alli. Approaching the half-hour mark in the contest. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1 it remains. New independent off-tube studio commentary of this Premier League clash. One of 3 that are currently taking place. There's another 3 to come later on this evening. 2 games that are currently ongoing alongside this one. Still Everton 0, Wolves 0, and Newcastle 0, Sheffield United 0. Spurs try and make a foray forward, but just lacking a bit of creativity at the moment, the home side. Nakamba will bring the ball now for Aston Villa out of defence. There's Ray Concert. Down the line towards Traore. Him and Reguilon challenge for the ball, and Reguilon's been penalised for a foul there on Bertrand Traore. Right in front of Dean Smith and his coaching team. Again, the camera pans towards Harry Kane. He will be trying his best to get involved in this game. This could potentially be his final game for Spurs at this stadium, as ball forward there from the free kick by Konsa. Almost released El Ghazi. I thought for a second he was going to be in, but he's been penalised there, the winger, for a little nudge in the back of Eric Dyer. Spurs get on with the free kick quickly. Højbjerg to Ali on the halfway line. It's sloppy though from Dele Alli. Possession given away. Nakamba can't fully capitalise. Will go out into touch for a Tottenham throw. Does have the feel at times of an end of season game. Spurs, of course, still a lot riding on this with the race to finish in the European positions, but for Villa they're very much mid-table. It just has that little bit of sloppiness at times. Mistakes from both teams as Kane brings the ball forward, left-footed cross straight into the gloves though of Emiliano Martinez. Again, Kane doing his work down this left-hand side though. Villa now breaking down their left. It's Matt Targett carrying the ball over the halfway line. Finds El Ghazi, who turns nicely away from Tanganga but runs into trouble in the form of Højbjerg. Bergwijn now for Spurs, but he's given it away straight to Nakamba. El Ghazi into Grealish. Matt Targett now. A lot of the good work from Villa has come down their left-hand side with Targett, Grealish and El Ghazi working in tandem. Ball from Targett back towards Tyrone Mings. McGinn now on the halfway line will look to clip the ball out to the right-hand side. It's not quite going to reach Konsa. Reguilon makes sure of that. Turns out a play for a throw-in. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1. It remains in this game then. Leslie Konsa will take the throw for Villa. And towards McGinn. He puts a toe in, but it breaks back to Konsa. Traore now steps away from Son. Ali gets back with a decent challenge. Challenges flying in from both sides. Ball breaks to Kane, who looks over the top for the run of Son. Horse is there and manages to ease the ball back to Martinez. Plays the ball out from the back. McGinn has to be careful. He's given it away. Højbjerg steps in into the penalty area. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg trying to cut it back for a teammate, but he was held up well by Tyrone Mings, who comes away with the ball. 3 or 4 Spurs players caught the wrong side. Villa can look to break. Grealish, though, is challenged really well. That's good play from Harry Winks, filling in for Højbjerg, but Villa will come forward again. McGinn into a shooting position. John McGinn just over the top of the crossbar. He's had a couple of sighters now, the Scotland international, both on his favoured left foot. This one was a little closer than the first, but still always rising over the top of Hugo Lloris's crossbar. That effort from McGinn coming seconds after he'd given the ball away at the other end, but Tyrone Mings bailed him out. McGinn's actually now down on the floor, holding the back of his right leg, maybe his calf there, which of course will be a concern. I mentioned earlier on he's just been named in Steve Clarke's Scotland squad for this summer's Euros and is a key figure for Scotland. Wincing a bit there as he receives treatment, McGinn. His body language would suggest he doesn't look overly concerned. He might have just taken a little bit of a knock. He's getting back to his feet now. It would suggest he's probably going to be okay, but when any player who could potentially be involved in the Euros this summer goes down, the hearts will be in the mouth of the supporters of that country. But I think McGinn should be okay. Four and a half minutes having been played in this game. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1. Still goalless in the other 2 Premier League games ongoing. Everton and Wolves and Newcastle and Sheffield United. Crystal Palace Arsenal kicks off at 7. Burnley v Liverpool and West Brom v West Ham at 8:15 starts. All these matches are available on this service. Play has resumed. Bergwijn for Spurs. Haven't spotted yet if McGinn is back on. I think he is yet. He's in there, the Villa number 7, closing down Højbjerg. Ali now back towards Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Kane dropping deep as he likes to do, and he's looking for the early ball up towards Bergwijn, but easily dealt with by Matt Targett. Threat to cause Villa some problems in the opening few minutes. Those are angle balls that Spurs have played throughout the half, but really since then it's been pretty easy for the defenders of Villa to defend. As we enter the final 10 minutes of this first half, Martinez has a long ball forward looking towards El Ghazi. Tanganga makes sure the winger can't get there, and he clears down the line, but free kick has been given Spurs way anyway. Grealish with a little niggle into the back of Harry Winks. Alderweireld will be the man to take the throw-in. Take the free kick. He goes short to Winks. Worked across now to Eric Dyer. Gareth Bale going through a warm-up on the sidelines for Spurs. One of the players omitted from the starting lineup this evening. Again, could be his last appearance at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Seems unlikely that his loan move from Real Madrid will be made permanent this summer. Spurs away at Leicester on the final day of the campaign, incidentally. Villa at home to Chelsea, so both teams will be involved in matches in the battle to finish in the top 4. There's a really strong challenge there from Tanganga on Grealish, one of those where he claims he got the ball, and he did, but he's gone right through the Villa captain to do so. Grealish just back in the starting 11 for the first time in 3 months. I want to thank Japhet Tanganga for that kind of tackle. It's not a great one, really. No question of a red card or anything like that, but I'm surprised the yellow hasn't come out there for Japhet Tanganga. Grealish back on his feet. And Matt Targett it is who will take this free kick for Villa from the left-hand side. Decent angle. 40 yards away from the byline. Whip this one in. Tottenham holding a high line on the edge of the D of the penalty area. Mings and Concern, Courtney Horse all forward from the back for Aston Villa. Referee, though, just having a word with Jack Grealish there. I think he's probably still having a moan about the foul on him that has led to this free kick. His target now does lift towards the far post. Konsa is there, and it was a free header for Ezri Konsa. Perhaps should have done a little bit better there, the Villa right back. Watch it all the way, and should have been hitting the target with an effort himself or helping that back across goal. In the end, he was unable to do either. Closing exchanges of this first half. It's still Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 1. It's an even contest now, though. Tottenham still bossing the ball. You'd probably say Villa are looking the more likely to create, though, going forward. John McGinn has had a couple of efforts now from range that are flowing just over the top of the crossbar as Ollie Watkins now breaking forward. He's latched onto a loose clearance from a Spurs point of view. Watkins into the penalty area. He's away from Eric Dyer. Left foot finds the bottom corner, and Aston Villa are back in. Well, they're in front for the first time in this game, and it's Ollie Watkins who finds the back of the net. He's enjoying a fine first season in the Premier League. Reguilon's attempted ball out from defence, blocked by Traore. It ricocheted to Watkins, who held off Eric Dyer as he moved into the penalty area before finishing scruffily with his left foot, bouncing the ball into the floor, but it flew beyond Hugo Lloris and into the back of the net. Aston Villa now lead Tottenham in North London by 2-1, and it's Ollie Watkins who has got the second goal. Reguilon, who scored an own goal for Villa's first, he's having a half to forget, really, the Spurs left back, because his attempted pass out of defence was blocked by Bertrand Traore. The ball ricocheted to Watkins into the penalty area. He held off Eric Dyer and then rather scuffed the finish into the ground, but it bounced up over Hugo Lloris and into the back of the net. It's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. Yeah, scruffy finish from Watkins' point of view, but he won't really care because he's found the back of the net, and sometimes those scruffy finishes actually work out better than when you catch the ball true. Yeah, Reguilón, own goal for the first Villa goal. And giving the ball away there has led to the second. He's had a really good season actually for Spurs since joining from Real Madrid, but it's just not gone his way in this first half, the Spaniard. It's Tanganga bringing the ball forward for Spurs. There's a throw-in for his side just about on the halfway line, but Dean Smith will be absolutely delighted with the response of his side because they fell behind early doors to that Bergwijn strike and they looked really placid in the opening 15 minutes or so. They've certainly come to life as this first half has wore on, and they probably have been the better side over the last 20 minutes or so. Ollie Watkins adds another goal to his tally for the season. Summer signing from Brentford. Another one they'll be hoping to be in Gareth Southgate's England squad come the end of the campaign, as Grealish brings the ball forward again for Villa. Finds Watkins into the penalty area, tries to cut the ball back to El Ghazi, who was in the middle. Alderweireld gets a block in. And the clearance is completed down the line by Harry Winks. Spurs will have a throw-in. Right in front of Ryan Mason's technical area. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. Still 0-0 in the other two Premier League games currently ongoing. The excitement is coming in this one, it would seem. As Højbjerg tries to bring the ball forward for Spurs, supported by Reguilón down the left-hand side. The ball back in field towards Højbjerg, who miscontrolled, and then recognising that Jack Grealish would have space to break into, he's brought Grealish down. Hurt himself in the process there, the Dane, and he's going to receive a yellow card. I'm not sure if the pass wasn't right to him, he miscontrolled, or he just wasn't expecting it. Either way, he couldn't get hold of the ball, and he's going to pick up a yellow card. But more concerning from his and Spurs' point of view is he seems to be in a rather degree of discomfort there. And again, he's another one that's likely to be involved in this summer's Euros with Denmark. So every time a player goes down, you do worry about them. The trainer is on. Seems to be the right knee, or just below the right knee, that is concerning Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Referee standing over in Craig Pawson. I'm not sure if it's to show sympathy. He's got the yellow card in his hand, and I think he's got to wait, hasn't he, until Højbjerg's back on his feet before he can issue it, which seems a little bit strange. Højbjerg's looking right at him, just giving him the yellow card there, but I presume that's a rule for the officials. As I say, it's not been a first half to remember for Spurs ever since, well, apart from that Steven Bergwijn goal that put them 1-0 up after 8 minutes. Reguilón's own goal drew Villa level, and then Reguilón gave the ball away, and Watkins capitalised to put Villa 2-1 in front just a couple of minutes ago. And it's Reguilón's pass here that has led to Højbjerg picking up this injury. He's back on his feet, and I think he is going to be okay. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg just takes a little bit of instruction on there from Ryan Mason. But just to confirm, he is the first player booked this evening as well, the Dane. Of course, takes the free kick for Villa across towards El Ghazi. Turned out a play by Alderweireld. Throw in to Villa. Into the final 2 minutes of the opening 45. We get a decent whack of stoppage time, though, with the delay we've just had there with Højbjerg, and John McGinn was receiving some treatment earlier on as well for Aston Villa. We're making inroads down the left-hand side once again. Target driving into the penalty area. Held up by Tanganga. Ali now back in the right-back position. Needs some support before he can really get this clear. He's been closed down by Watkins. Does a good job in the end, actually, Ali, to get some distance on the clearance. Bergwijn back into Ali. This time he's had his pocket picked by Grealish. And Jack Grealish down the left-hand flank. Flicks it into El Ghazi. Good challenge back from Ali. Now he can bring the ball clear for Spurs, but he's asking too much there of Steven Bergwijn, and they don't really seem to have much of an outball at the moment, Spurs. Kane again, very deep there. Son and Bergwijn were the two furthest men forward. Just seems a little bit disjointed at the moment from the home team. We do have a throw in midway inside the Villa half. Tanganga, though, takes it backwards towards Alderweireld. Højbjerg seems to be moving okay. That's the return ball from Japhet Tanganga. Switch it now, Højbjerg out towards the left to find Reguilon, who brings it down. He's in the Villa penalty area, looks to tee up Son, who's closed down by McGinn. Højbjerg's there in support as well. Reguilon, ball into Son. Ali steps away from the challenge of McGinn. Again, needs a little bit of support, reluctant to just put the ball into the penalty area. Son, across to Winks. Kane. Tanganga's the option on the right-hand side. Kane wants to find him and does. Harry Kane gets it back. We're into 3 minutes of stoppage time at the end of the first half. Kane to Bergwijn. Lovely hold-up play from Steven Bergwijn. Just couldn't quite return the ball into the path of Kane, who will retrieve on the far side, but can't get any change out of Tyrone Mings. Tanganga now. Back to Winks. A bit of sustained Spurs pressure at the end of the half. If they go in search of an equalising goal, they won't get it like that, though. Poor from Højbjerg. Grealish will bring it clear now for Villa, and Højbjerg can't foul him because he's on a yellow card. Grealish down the left-hand side. Not got too much support with him. Has to turn back and finds marvellous Nakamba. Ghazi belatedly getting up there as well. Nakamba into Bertrand Traore, who goes through the gear, steps away from Winks, easily into the penalty area. Alderweireld back-pedalling. Oh, he's done a little bit too much, though. Bertrand Traore, once he got in there, he probably needs to get a shot away, but tried another step over and loses possession. Mings is then penalised for a foul on Kane. He pleads his innocence, but free kick has been given. Incensed, really, there, Tyrone Mings. Ball was clipped forward by Tanganga. I do feel like he was holding on there, or maybe Kane was holding his arm and making it look like a foul. By the way, was given to Spurs, but Winks has just lost the ball there to El Ghazi, and there might be an opportunity for Villa. Winks has stayed down. El Ghazi, he's got men over. Grealish looks to tee the ball up to El Ghazi again, but he's turned it wide on his right foot. Should have been hitting the target there. It was worked nicely across to him by Jack Grealish. The curling effort well wide of the target. Winks is still down. He kind of slipped as he lost the ball. It was actually the McGinn who pinched it back. McGinn then fouled Grealish, who teed up El Ghazi. I say he probably should have done better with the finish. In the end, it's well wide of the target, but the concern for Spurs will be the injury picked up by Harry Winks. He just had Højbjerg down receiving treatment. I don't want to lose Harry Winks in that. This is one of the players that came into the starting lineup this evening. Giovanni Lo Celso would be an obvious replacement. He is being held back to his feet, though, Winks. It might just be the impact John McGinn made as he put the challenge in, with Winks falling off balance. Again, like Højbjerg before him, it looks like he will be okay. We've almost had the 3 minutes of stoppage time allocated at the end of this first half, but we may well get a few more minutes. Given the delay there for Winks, play has resumed. It's El Ghazi for Villa, back to Matt Targett. Closed down by Bergwijn, who's been the pick of the Spurs forward players really in this first half, not just with his goal. He's worked hard though as well. Villa looking to come forward. His ball in towards McGinn was a little bit short, and Højbjerg gets in with the challenge. Winks is back on the field incidentally, and he gets a touch of the ball, lays it off for Dyer, who's closed down by the ever-willing McGinn, who pinches the ball back off Eric Dyer. Traore into Watkins, who gets a shot away. It's well saved by Lloris. Watkins on the follow-up. Crucial challenge sliding in from Eric Dyer. He makes up for giving the ball away. But Aston Villa pressing Spurs. I mean, it was so casual there from Eric Dyer to give the ball away. McGinn just stepped across him, teed up Traore, who found Watkins on the stretch. Decent first effort, rebound. Thought he was going to tap it home, but Dyer, credit to him for that, got back and turned the ball behind for a corner. Spurs looked so vulnerable defensively in this first half. Both in and out of possession as the corner is played short by Traore to Grealish, who returns it to Bertrand Traore. They've worked this nicely, Villa. Traore, can he get a shot away? It's blocked by Alderweireld. Spins to Watkins on the edge of the area, but that will be half-time. A pulsating first half at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Steven Bergwijn had Spurs in front early, but a rather comical own goal from the unfortunate Sergio Reguilon drew Villa level, and another mistake from the fullback allowed Ollie Watkins to put Aston Villa in front. So it is the visitors that hold the advantage going into half-time. At the break, it's Aston Villa who lead Tottenham by 2-1 in North London. Spurs did take the lead early doors. A lovely finish from Steven Bergwijn, but Villa drew level midway through the half. A rather comical own goal from the unfortunate Sergio Reguilon slicing into his own net, and then Reguilon gave the ball away in the build-up to Villa's second goal. Ollie Watkins capitalising, and his low scuff finish beat Hugo Lloris. Watkins had another chance before the break, but at half-time it's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. At the break, it's Aston Villa who lead Tottenham by 2-1 in North London. Spurs did take the lead early doors. A lovely finish from Steven Bergwijn, but Villa drew level midway through the half. A rather comical own goal from the unfortunate Sergio Reguilon slicing into his own net, and then Reguilon gave the ball away in the build-up to Villa's second goal. Ollie Watkins capitalising, and his low scuff finish beat Hugo Lloris. Watkins had another chance before the break, but at half-time it's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. At the break, it's Aston Villa who lead Tottenham by 2-1 in North London. Spurs did take the lead early doors. A lovely finish from Steven Bergwijn, but Villa drew level midway through the half. A rather comical own goal from the unfortunate Sergio Reguilon slicing into his own net, and then Reguilon gave the ball away in the build-up to Villa's second goal. Ollie Watkins capitalising, and his low scuff finish beat Hugo Lloris. Watkins had another chance before the break, but at half-time it's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. At the break, it's Aston Villa who lead Tottenham by 2-1 in North London. Spurs did take the lead early doors. A lovely finish from Steven Bergwijn, but Villa drew level midway through the half. A rather comical own goal from the unfortunate Sergio Reguilon slicing into his own net, and then Reguilon gave the ball away in the build-up to Villa's second goal. Ollie Watkins capitalising, and his low scuff finish beat Hugo Lloris. Watkins had another chance before the break, but at half-time it's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. At the break, it's Aston Villa who lead Tottenham by 2-1 in North London. Spurs did take the lead early doors. A lovely finish from Steven Bergwijn, but Villa drew level midway through the half. A rather comical...
I've done this.
Yeah. I wonder, Maggie... Oh, no, I was just keen to... I was keen...
I had a different agenda. Switch out the focus, it's not for the kid. Used to be rapping in closets with pillows and blankets, but they've always slept on my shit. I done gave everything to the bands. It just get lonelier in the stress. No, I'ma hold a rice in my hand. Might just go turn her ass to a fan, yeah. Necessity, never no greed. No, I'm worth more than it seems. You average, my shit is mean. Cause I keep a chip on me. Pray nobody switch on me, or it's gon' get a bit stormy. I know it's all on me, yeah. Lately I feel like an addict. They tell me watch out, but it's not about a paddock yet. I got a stack of this money, the fuck is you talking about? I gotta get it now. All of the family gon' eat when I get on my feet, so best watch where you stepping now. Wavy on beats and J-Ray with the skins, know they can't go and fuck with a business now. Gave it a minute, I had to retreat, but I'm back here to get more. I got some money, some bitches that love me, but I gotta get more. I gotta get more, yeah. I gotta get more, yeah. I gotta get more, yeah. I gotta get more. Tell the little bitch if you keep talking we can get busy. Get rich or die trying to feel it like 50. Ball like Trevor Dunbar, I'm too shifty. If it's bad blood, I tell her ass swiftly. Lots of dead faces like a genocide. On the fence, shorty go and pick a side. No, you can't be no friend of mine. Double cross me, get crucified. I'm so sincere, bitch, I been here. You ain't know me, bro, it's been years. We bout to be on, that's what they feel. When I drop down, mama shed tears. I just been plotting on the next year. Collect that paper like a cashier. I said what I want, then it appears. They don't comprehend what I done here. Lately I feel like an addict. They tell me watch out, but it's not about a paddock yet. I got a stack of this money, the fuck is you talking about? I gotta get it now. All of the family gon' eat when I get on my feet, so best watch where you stepping now. Wavy on beats and J-Ray with the skins, know they can't go and fuck with a business now. Gave it a minute, I had to retreat, but I'm back here to get more. I got some money, some bitches that love me, but I gotta get more. I gotta get more, yeah. I gotta get more, yeah. I gotta get more, yeah. I gotta get more. retreat, but I'm back here to get more. I got some money, some bitches that love me, but I gotta get more. I gotta get more. I gotta get more. I gotta get more. I gotta get more.
Speaking some real shit right now. Hold up.
If this is the end, then why are we pretending? Why we don't listen? It been like this all of my life. All of my life. If this is the end, then why are we pretending? Why we don't listen? It been like this all of my life. All of my life. This is our nation without revelation. I'm losing my patience. I feel like I'm wasting my time. Damn. Like I'm wasting my time. Learn a lesson or two. Earth is dying, it's true. Yeah, the human race is a brood. Pollution age isn't cool. If this is our home, then why are we raging? The fighting and anger don't help us at all. No, don't help us at all. No. The fighting don't help us, it only prevents us from paying attention and showing our love to our home. Instead, we just moving along. Ignoring what matters the most. Like it or not, Earth is our home. We guess on this shit, not paying respect to it. We acting like pests, and we don't seem to rest a bit. No, we don't seem to rest. Would you look at this mess? Will our kids have to live with it? Will our kids have to deal with this shit? If this is the end, then why are we pretending? Why we don't listen? It been like this all of my life. I wanna see change in my life. Learn a lesson or two. Earth is dying, it's true. Yeah, the human race is a brood. Pollution age isn't cool. No. She love the lights, Chanel number 9. Louboutin red bottom, how she slide. Acid trip, just to ease your mind. On the way up, got a peak to find. Let's see how far we climb, ayy. Sun off in your eyes, ayy. Might just leave you blind, ayy. Smoke off in the sky, ayy. Scotty with your lighty. The room is getting foggy, the team is getting rowdy. She into getting naughty. Shorty go up, down. Yeah, I love it when she busts down. What's in my cup, it got me stuck. Now, I need more, it's not enough. Now, bitch, I'm drip, wipe me down like a squeegee. But I don't trip, cause it's easy. She give good lip, no teething. Make this money flip, no breezy. Bitch, I'm feeling sick, so queasy. And I own my whip, no lease. Keep some brand new kicks, no creasing. Yeah, we shake shit, no season. She love the lights, Chanel number 9. Louboutin red bottom, how she slide. Acid trip, just to ease your mind. On the way up, got a peak to find. Let's see how far we climb, ayy. Sun off in your eyes, ayy. Might just leave you blind, ayy. Smoke off in the sky, ayy. Scotty with your lighty. The room is getting foggy, the team is getting rowdy. She into getting naughty.
myself in line. But I don't need
to build up to Villa's second goal. Ollie Watkins capitalising his low stuck finish. Beat Villa. Reece Watkins had another chance before the break. At half-time, it's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. At the break, it's Aston Villa who lead Tottenham by 2 goals to 1 in North London.
You look good, you know it. I can tell you're soaking up all of it now. Hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. This feeling when you give me those eyes, yeah, baby, you control me, and I need to find your loving, baby. Baby, you on my mind, and I'll give you my body. Don't know what I'm.
Stranger, you ain't the same one I met back in day one. Shorty, you changed, though. Emotions changed, though. Think I'm in danger. Venom on your lips, shorty, kiss me with death. Put me to rest. You're the worst, but you're all I have left. And now you're gone. Think I'm cursed, ain't no lifting the hex. Think I'm in danger.
You're not the same woman that I met then. I remember me and you were the best friends. Should've known that you were trouble when you crept in, but your beauty was a trap and I stepped in. I just wanna have your love and love myself, but I'm forced to choose. Either way I try to take it, though I'm forced to lose. You bring me down for benefit and now I can't get rid of my depression that I'm living with because of you. It's like I'm always on the tight
Spurs at the weekend. A couple of changes for Everton as Dominic Calvert-Lewin pokes the ball towards Digne, but it's out of play and a throw for Wolves near halfway. Holgate and James, who isn't in the squad, out. Mina and Sigurdsson in. Wolves have only named 8 subs. Patricio, Hoover, Saiss out as well. Dendoncker not in the side. The likes of Kilman, Bolly back from having COVID is starting. And Neves also starts in the centre of midfield. Good play by Seamus Coleman, playing on the right-hand side of midfield. And now Calvert-Lewin brings the ball forward, 30 yards from goal. Thinks about a shot, but toe pokes it to the right-hand side to Decore. Into the feet of Coleman. Right-hand side of the penalty area. He's got Kilman with him. Little reverse pass. Don't know if anyone will keep that in. Godfrey does manage to get the ball onto the feet of Aït-Nouri, and it is behind for an Everton corner on the far side in front of the Gladys Street.
Yeah, he had no real right in getting that neither, Ben Godfrey, but it's the willingness of the Everton team. They started like this in the first half, but then faded away as the half went on. But they've started nice and bright. Gylfi Sigurdsson here, player who's practised his delivery.
Sigurdsson with a right-footed away swinger. Most of the fans in that Gladys Street end, certainly in the lower tier, are on their feet. Staggered entry times for this one, by the way. You got given a time, you had to stick to it. All went to a ballot. 6,500 fans inside the ground as Sigurdsson steps up, right-footed, away swinger. In goes the header from Richarlison, and it's in!
Absolutely fantastic, that delivery we said about Gylfi Sigurdsson. He practices time and time again. Just inside, Dina's gone to applaud him. The rest are at Richarlison, and he just flicks it into the far post. John Ruddy has absolute no chance. It's just a glancing header from 7-8 yards out. What a header.
Chance before the break, but at half-time it's Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2.
And it's a very warm welcome back to our independent off-tube studio commentary of Tottenham against Aston Villa. As you were just hearing, Villa coming from behind to lead 2-1 heading into this second half, which Jack Grealish has just got underway. Villa going from right to left in this second period. Spurs, the home side,
in their usual white and navy blue colours, going from left to right. They led after just 8 minutes of the first period. Steven Bergwijn with an emphatic finish, but Sergio Reguilon that then put through his own net for Spurs, and he gave the ball away as well in the build-up to the second goal for Villa, which was scored by Ollie Watkins. That's how we stand heading into this second half. No changes made by either manager at the break, so it's as you were in terms of the two starting 11s, and Anwar El Ghazi is leading an attack down Villa's left-hand side. Finds Jack Grealish, back into El Ghazi. His touch was a little loose, but he has managed to offload to Nakamba. McGinn works it back out to the left, where Grealish is once again waiting. He tees up Matt Targett for an early first-time cross, headed away by Alderweireld. Son on the edge of the area is able to find Ali, and Spurs could spring in a counter-attack because Ali has released Harry Kane down the left-hand side. Early first-time ball, though, from Kane should be dealt with by Matt Targett, and is. The first half was lively and open in large spells, and it appears the second half is starting in the same manner as Nakamba plays Konsa into trouble. Villa just about get away with it. McGinn will now clip the ball over the top, and it's a searching ball for El Ghazi, who's in behind the Spurs backline. Anwar El Ghazi's shot blocked behind for a corner by the quickly backtracking Toby Alderweireld, but one long ball over the top, a straight ball over the top from John McGinn, catches Spurs defence out. Japhet Tanganga and Alderweireld were both guilty of ball watching. Credit though to Alderweireld, he was able to get back in the end and block El Ghazi's attempt towards goal. It will be a Villa corner though, their second of the game, just a second of the game in total as well, which is a little bit surprising. El Ghazi will be the man to take the set piece. Mings, Konsa and Courtney Horse all forward from the back. Plenty of aerial threats in there for El Ghazi to aim at. He steers it towards the far post. Watkins gets his head to it, but straight into the hands of Hugo Lloris, who quickly looks to get Spurs on the counter-attack. He's released Reguilon, who's held up by McGinn. And the backpedaling Courtney Horse is able to steer the ball back to Emiliano Martinez. Hasn't had a save to make, really. He's picked the ball out the back of his net once, but hasn't had anything else to do with his hands. He might now, though, the Villa goalkeeper, as Reguilon finds Ali. Ball into Son. Back heel looking for Reguilon. It's cleared away. Half cleared away to Bergwijn, who does force Martinez into a save. Bergwijn helps the ball back into the area. Ali on the volley. Tyrone Mings is there to head it over the top for a corner, but all of a sudden Villa were stretched defensively there. It was nicely worked down the left-hand side between Son, Ali and Reguilon. Konsa half cleared it away. Bergwijn on the follow-up, drawing a decent save from Martinez. Best moment Tottenham have had in an attacking sense since opening the scoring. Probably a more difficult effort for Steven Bergwijn, the one he scored in the first half, than that one was just then, although it was this time on his unfavoured left boot as Son whips the resulting corner into the box. First of the game for Spurs, of course. Half cleared it is to Winks, who gets a shot in from the edge of the area, and they'll have another corner now. Spurs, so we had one corner in the match during the opening 45 minutes. We've had 3 more already inside the opening 4 minutes of the second. Tottenham looking to force an equalising goal. Son has trotted across to the far side now. This will be an in-swinging delivery from the South Korean. Well, actually, he's going to tee up towards the edge of the area where Højbjerg is waiting. Doesn't take the volley, brings it down. Cross into the box, headed clear by Mings. Traore is then surely fouled by Winks on the edge of the area, and it is given. Which brings an end to that period of Tottenham pressure. Elsewhere in the Premier League, Newcastle actually scored on the stroke of half-time against Sheffield United. Joe Willock, so they lead 1-0 early in the second half at St James's Park. And Everton scored early in the second period against Wolves, with Charlison putting them in front. So 1-0 to the home side in that one as well. Like this match I'm watching, there are supporters in attendance. A certain selection of supporters at St James's Park and Goodison. Martinez sends a long ball forward for Villa. Watkins is knocked down, breaks the way of Højbjerg. Reguilon will now clear down the line for Spurs. Son gets there ahead of Courtney Horse, and Kane is too strong for Nakamba. This is an opportunity for Harry Kane. He's got Bergwijn in support. Steven Bergwijn strike towards goal. Saved by Martinez again. Those two involved in a personal duel at the moment. Villa goalkeeper coming out on top, and now Villa will try and spring a counter-attack, but the crossfield ball there from McGinn is cut out by Tanganga. Højbjerg for Spurs. It's feeling so stretched, this game at the moment. Bergwijn. Switch from right to left is accurate. Chest control from Ali is good. He's into the penalty area, Dele Alli. Couldn't really get a shot away. He's challenged by Traore, who's gone down. It will be another Spurs corner. It was a good hit, actually, from the Dutchman. But a decent height for Martinez to make the save. Incidentally, in the League One playoff semi-final first leg this evening, Lincoln have just gone in front. This game is also a 6 o'clock kickoff. They're 1-0 up over Sunderland, as Bertrand Traore is helped back to his feet and takes his position to defend this latest Heung-min Son corner, which is whipped into the edge of the 6-yard box, headed clear by Konsa. Good defensive header as well. Højbjerg helps it back into the penalty area. Dyer's knocked down. Target this time's there to clear for Villa. Grealish and Højbjerg involved in a real battle there on the far side, and that will be a Aston Villa throw-in. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2 then it remains. As it stands, Spurs will be struggling to hold on to their 6th place in the Premier League, and Europa League football that would guarantee for next season. If they were to finish 7th, they go into the newly formed Europa Conference League. The way things are going at the moment, Everton would actually draw level with Spurs in the standings. In terms of points, they'd still be below on goal difference. They'd be locked together on 59 points, as would West Ham, who are playing later this evening away at already relegated West Bromwich Albion. Anwar El Ghazi for Villa. Give and go between him and Watkins. Target's there as well, and Matt Target getting towards the byline, tried to pull it back for El Ghazi. Tanganga was there to intercept. Target gets a second bite to the cherry, finds Grealish. El Ghazi into the area, curls a shot towards goal. It's blocked off the leg of Toby Alderweireld and safely into the hands of Hugo Lloris, who again quickly distributes the ball, and that stretch feel of the game continues. Winks into Son, who tries to release Kane. There wasn't enough on the pass. Courtney Hall's able to intercept. You see the frustration there for Kane. Had the ball been played in behind, he'd have been bearing down on Emiliano Martinez's goal. Well, Ghazi wants a free kick for Villa. He's not going to get it. Son into Højbjerg for Spurs. Now Eric Dyer on the halfway line. Reguilon driving forward, feeds it to Ali. Bergwijn hugging that left touchline. He's switched flanks temporarily at least. Tries to cross. It's blocked by Konsa, out of play for a throw-in. Ball played back now to Dele Alli for Spurs on the halfway line, and he'll go back into his own half with Eric Dyer as they look to build some momentum once again, the home side. Very entertaining start to the second half at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It is still Spurs 1, Aston Villa 2, but there's such a stretched feel to the game. Both sides throwing caution to the wind when they come forward, and there's been a personal duel at the start of this second half between Steven Bergwijn, the scorer of the Spurs goal, and Villa goalkeeper Emi Martinez. Both occasions Martinez has been able to save from Bergwijn. 2 decent strikes actually from the Dutchman, but Martinez got the better of him on both occasions. Harry Kane just volleyed over the top for Spurs as well. They've looked threatening going forward, but Villa have a threat themselves on the counter-attack, and where El Ghazi with an early effort that was blocked into the hands of Hugo Lloris. It remains Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. Yeah, Kane just volleying over the top there from a cross by Dele Alli on the left-hand side. Resulting goal kick from Martinez will drift out of the play off a Spurs head. We have throw in to Villa on the halfway line. Taken by Matt Target into Grealish. Hawes now to Nakamba. Nakamba works out to Ezra Konsa, who's just as comfortable at right back, it would seem, as he is in his usual position of centre back. Villa work it all the way back to their goalkeeper Martinez, who's had a much busier start to the second half than he really had throughout the entirety of the first. Nakamba now squeezes the ball through to Grealish, who turns and shrugs off Son, who falls to the ground. Grealish now will work it out to the right-hand side with Bertrand Traoré for Aston Villa. He drifts in field. He's held up by Reguilon, only temporarily. Traoré gets a shot away. Reguilon blocks. It breaks the target, edge of the area. Can he get a shot away? He's walked into the penalty area. Spurs tentative with the challenges. Watkins now flashes it across the 6-yard box, and it's turned behind by Eric Dyer for a corner. But they didn't want to put a tackle in there, Spurs, the defenders, as Targett made his way into the box. And eventually, they managed to clear it behind, but tentative was very much the word there to describe Tottenham's defending. And they've got more work to do from this set piece. 5 corners now we've had at the start of this second half inside the opening 11 minutes, compared to the 1 in the entirety of the first period. El Ghazi will take this latest one for Villa. Pull one into the front post. He gets a second bite of it though when he's worked his way into the penalty. Oh, he's danced past Reguilon, but the official has already blown his flag, blown his whistle. I think there was an offside flag up there when the ball ricocheted back to the Villa corner taker. Spurs work the free kick short. Lloris to Alderweireld. Now Dyer to Reguilon down the left-hand side, supported by Dele Alli. Drifts away from McGinn, but it's forced back into his own half. Winks will now take over. Forward-thinking ball from him to Reguilon. Out to Son, left-hand side. No one in the middle for Spurs. Harry Kane lurking on the edge of the box. Bergwijn does make his way into the area now. Son will tee up Reguilon, who crosses towards Kane, who's made his way in there. Kane's knocked down. It was an intelligent one, but Mings read it. Able to clear it off the toe of Bergwijn. Ali now back over the top. Kane goes down in the area, but I think he slipped there, and he acknowledges that as he's helped back to his feet by Tyrone Mings. No decision for Craig Pawson to make. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. It remains Jack Grealish for Villa. Into Targett, who can carry the ball forward and switches it nicely out to Konsa on the right-hand side. Konsa's ball down the line. The ever-willing running Ollie Watkins gets there. Up against Eric Dyer. Pulls it back to Traoré, who takes over. Traoré into the penalty area. Flicks it beyond Dyer, but Winks is well positioned to hook the ball clear. Horse beats Kane in the air. McGinn has a brilliant pirouette from John McGinn. Driving forward, steps away from Son and Ali. He's out on the right-hand side now. Pulls it back for Konsa. Nice little turn from him as well. He plays the ball down the line. He was surely fouled as he did so by Sergio Reguilon, and the free kick is given. And it's a free kick in a dangerous area for Aston Villa. Konsa just stretching out the back of his hamstring as he gets back to his feet, so that will be a concern. On his haunches at the moment. Doesn't look like he's going to need to receive any treatment, as Traoré and Grealish will be the players to stand over the ball, over just a yard in from the touchline. Decent crossing angle for either the left foot of Traoré or the right of Jack Grealish. You'd imagine the captain may pull rank in this situation. Once again, Horse and Mings forward from the back, and Konsa, stretched out that leg, makes his way to the edge of the penalty area as well, as the ball's whipped in towards the far post by Grealish, headed away by Tanganga. Winks picks up the pieces on the edge of the area, looks to take on Nakamba, breaking down the right-hand side. Winks, Tanganga getting forward in support. Winks tries to release the full-back, but good work by Nakamba. Gets in there, and he's then fouled by Jaffet Tanganga. That looks a little bit harsh, I would say, right under the nose, though, of the assistant referee. But free kick is given, and credit to the work there of marvellous Nakamba. I'll be very happy to see Villa have turned things round in this game, because it was his error on the ball that led to Steven Bergwijn opening the scoring. Seems a long time ago now, in the 8th minute of the contest. Still 1-0 to Everton and to Newcastle in the other 6 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. And the match that started at 7, it's Crystal Palace 0, Arsenal 0 still. Burnley v Liverpool and West Brom against West Ham are both 8:15 kickoffs later. Don't forget all the Premier League games and the League One playoff semi-final first leg between Lincoln and Sunderland, which is currently 1-0 to Lincoln. midway through the second half. They're all available on this service. If we tick beyond the hour mark at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Spurs 1, Aston Villa 2. John McGinn rolling away from Højbjerg, who's on a yellow card and can't foul him. McGinn gets past him with ease, finds Traore, edge of the area. Traore curling effort towards goal, and Lloris was scrambling a little bit. He wasn't 100% sure there, the Spurs goalkeeper, that was going to drift beyond his right-hand post. It did in the end, almost in slow motion. But another decent effort for Aston Villa. McGinn doing the groundwork. Traore, we're almost bent in there, and Lloris certainly wasn't sure looking at the replay. As now Spurs will look to come forward. It's Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Ali, nice little layoff to Son, who squeezes it out to Reggie on left-hand side. Low cross, cut out by Konsa. Horst completes the clearance rather hurriedly for Villa. I think he had a little bit more time than that. They'll go out and play for a throw-in to Spurs over on their left-hand side. Højbjerg takes it quickly on to Winks. He's back with the former Southampton man Højbjerg once more. He moves the ball across the halfway line to Alderweireld. Now Tanganga supported by Bergwijn down the right-hand side. Bergwijn looking to step inside Target, who gets a toe on the ball, but Bergwijn still comes away with possession. Højbjerg into Winks. Winks the ball up towards Ali, well intercepted by Courtney Hawes. He's played up towards Watkins, who's up there on his own for Aston Villa. He's got 4 Spurs players around him. Waits for the cavalry to arrive. It comes in the form of Grealish, who releases Watkins now down the left-hand side. Could be an opportunity this for Aston Villa. Watkins back to Grealish. Grealish's low fizz ball into the box is deflected behind by Tanganga. It could have gone anywhere, but much to the relief of the Spurs right back, it flicked up off his boot and over the top of the crossbar, only for a corner. Villa really carrying a punch on the counter-attack in this second half. Well, they have done all game, really, but it's more so a counter-attacking approach with them having this lead to protect. Grealish takes the corner short to El Ghazi. It's back with Jack Grealish. Curling effort is blocked by Reguilon. Nakamba then gets to the loose ball ahead of Son, but can't steer it forward to a teammate. Goes out for a goal kick. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2, it remains. Dean Smith sporting a Villa jumper, you'd almost say. It's not a Villa jumper, but it's a claret one that certainly fits in with the club's colours. There's Reguilon stepping in field. He wants a foul. He's belatedly going to get it. I didn't think Craig Pawson was going to give that there. I must admit, I don't think it was. Reguilon just lost possession there to Bertrand Traore, but he's been bailed out by the official. Ali works the free kick short to Dyer. Alderweireld now. Out to Jaffet Tanganga. Ball down the line. Bergwijn. Target has a little bite at Steven Bergwijn, but the Dutchman retains the ball. Tanganga now back to Alderweireld, and across it goes to Eric Dyer. Villa pressing hard, trying to force the mistake from Spurs. Spurs have played around it though. Højbjerg to Reguilon, into Ali, who steps away from Courtney Hawes. Son trying to feed it into the on-rushing Højbjerg, but there was just a little bit too much on the ball there from Heung-min Son. Martinez is able to gather, and he hurls the ball out to the left-hand side. It's a long, accurate throw. Grealish held up by Tanganga, who has a little bite actually at Jack Grealish. Right in front of the 4th official. Grealish not happy, but Villa still have possession. Nakamba's slide rule ball was picked off by Alderweireld. Now Højbjerg in the middle of the park for Spurs. Up to Son. Little miscontrol there from Son allows Nakamba to bite in and win possession back for Aston Villa. Grealish to Mings, who adopts a safety-first approach under pressure from Kane. Goes back towards Martinez. Clips the ball out to the right-hand side. Konsa's cushion pass in field finds McGinn. Now Grealish, pocket of space. Target's making the overlapping run down the left. Grealish happy to just slow it down momentarily. Caresses the ball now out to the right with Ollie Watkins. Back it goes to Konsa. McGinn into Traore, who steps away from Højbjerg with ease. Bertrand Traore might fancy a shot. He's into the area. It's blocked by Alderweireld. doesn't quite spin in the direction of El Ghazi. Once again, Tottenham just allowing Villa players to ghost into the penalty area unopposed. But for a couple of last-ditch blocks, there could have been a lot more work to do in this second half for Hugo Lloris. Traoré turned 40 yards from goal there, easily stepped past Højbjerg. No one got close enough to him. In the end, Alderweireld did get a block in, but it's a little bit belated from Spurs at the moment as Mings clips the ball forward. Watkins, flag stays down. Ollie Watkins, can he get a shot away? He's held up by Dyer. He's round Lloris, who puts a hand on the ball. The offside flag has now been raised. Of course, the situation, the attacking play has to play out before the officials can raise the flag these days to give VAR an opportunity. I wonder just the way Watkins took that effort, and he was a little bit casual with it, that maybe he knew he was offside. Although looking at the replay, I'm pretty sure the lines would have came out from VAR had Watkins scored, because that looked like it would be pretty tight. Maybe his right knee might have just about been offside, but it's difficult to second guess with VAR this season. We've all learned that, haven't we, as a number of Spurs players going for a warm-up on the sidelines, including Gareth Bale. Plenty of attacking options on the bench. They come forward. Højbjerg into Ali. Ali, can he get a shot away? He's thrown himself to the ground there. Looked a dive from Dele Alli in all truth. I think a corner's been given. He's claiming he was being fouled. But if there was contact, he certainly made the most of it. He started the move down the right-hand side. Ali, a little give and go between Kane and Højbjerg. He's offside anyway, actually, Ali, so I think that's actually the decision that's been given. But certainly there was no foul on the England international by Tyrone Mings. Just seemed to throw himself to the ground. I think the offside flag was up, so free kick it will be to Aston Villa rather than a corner or a penalty for Tottenham. As we're approaching the halfway point in this second half. So Spurs 1, Aston Villa 2. Marvus Nakamba for Villa. Header forward cut out. Target will help it back upfield for the visitors. Again, it breaks out of play. That should be an Aston Villa throw in. Ali got the last touch there, so a throw in to Villa on the halfway line. Midway through this second half, still Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. Spurs doing a lot of probing, but can't really create too much at the moment. Dele Alli did throw himself to the ground looking for a penalty just a few minutes ago, but the offside flag was up. I don't think a penalty would have been given anyway. Looked like Ali went down far too easily under a challenge from Tyrone Mings. Ollie Watkins has had a chance at the other end for Villa as well. Again, the offside flag went up belatedly, but not after Watkins was through one-on-one, although he was unable to take his chance against Hugo Lloris. Bertrand Traoré's had a curling effort for Villa fly just wide as well. The visitors certainly looking a threat on the counter-attack. It remains Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. That's where Konsa winning a throw-in for his side down the right-hand side there. Can't be too long though before Ryan Mason is going to make a change. It's just not really happening for Spurs in the final third. Harry Kane certainly hasn't been as involved as he would like. Son's been very quiet as well. And as I'm saying that, actually Gareth Bale is getting stripped and ready for action, and the Spurs supporters are delighted at that, the ones that are in attendance. To say it could be his final appearance of his second spell at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Well, it's his first spell at this stadium actually, because of course it was White Hart Lane when he was last at the club. He's going to get around 20 minutes. He's not coming on as of yet, with Villa having a throw-in deep inside Spurs territory. We'll get a corner now because the throw from Konsa was deflected behind by Winks. Cheap set piece for Villa to win, but again Konsa, Horson, Mings will provide that aerial threat from the set play. Bertrand Traoré is the man who's going to take it for Aston Villa. Left-footed in-swinger, although John McGinn is providing a short option should Traoré choose to go down that route. Looks like it is just going to be a ball swung into the box though from the former Lyon player. Towards the edge of the 6-yard box, it's Kane now, rises well to head clear. Needs to get some more distance on the ball. Højbjerg now for Spurs, looking to send Ali on the counter-attack. Target read the danger well, though. That Target will now clip down the line. Watkins, as ever, gives chase, looking to force a mistake from Alderweireld, who deals with it comfortably enough. Belgium gets it back from Højbjerg and switches the play nicely out to Reguilon on the left-hand side. He steps in field away from Traoré. Alderweireld once more. Spurs looking to force their way back into this game. They want all 3 points. They won't just want a draw, as Son's attempted crossfield passes easily cut out by Matt Target. Doesn't get many plaudits, Matt Target, but he's had another very solid game at left back for Villa. Decent defensively and very good going forward. Has a good working relationship with Jack Grealish down that left-hand flank for Villa. El Ghazi's worked in tandem with them as well in this second half, as Martinez sends a long ball forward towards Anwar El Ghazi, who jostling with Tanganga. It's the Spurs man who comes away with it, though. Finds Ali. Nakamba bites him with a really good challenge, though, to win the ball back, and then Grealish is rather crudely brought down by Harry Winks. I'd be surprised if a yellow card doesn't follow on this occasion. Although it looks like Craig Pawson is keeping his cards in his pockets, as we're going to see the first change of the afternoon, and it is going to be Steven Bergwijn, the scorer of the Spurs goal, going off. Gareth Bale coming on. Bergwijn's been Spurs' best attacking player in this match so far, so he's a little bit unfortunate that he is the one to be replaced. As Villa are also going to make a change, and it looks like it's going to be Douglas Luiz who's going to come on. Rare time out of the starting lineup for him. Just wondering who he's going to be replacing. It might be Jack Grealish, actually, who's coming off. And indeed, the Villa skipper, this is his first start since February, remember, is going to be wrapped up in cotton wool. And it's a defensive-minded change with Luiz coming on. He'll sit in there alongside Marvellous Nakamba in the middle of the park, you'd imagine. Might give John McGinn a little bit more licence to get forward. Both sides making their opening substitutions of the match. Villa have this free kick, which Matt Target will clip down the line. Oh, it's a really poor one, though, from Target. I was praising him a couple of minutes ago, but that was a real pass to no on that. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2 then. Can Gareth Bale prove the hero late in this game? Tanguy Ndombele looks like he's getting ready to come on as well, so the changes are coming pretty frequently now. We've had that first one. Ndombele could well be on in the next break of play as Bale gets his first touch, flicks the ball on, looking for Kane. Mings beats the Spurs striker in the air. It breaks to El Ghazi, who's then fouled by Gareth Bale. Free kick to Villa, and that could spell the introduction of Tanguy Ndombele. Although, are we going to see a Villa change as well? Cameron Paddington, El Ghazi. No, it's a Spurs change first of all. Winks is the man coming off. Ndombele, who was left out of France's squad for the European Championships this summer, who comes on in his place. There's no Villa change, incidentally. El Ghazi is still on as Mings clips the free kick forward. Dyer hooks it clear on as far as Nakamba. El Ghazi now back towards Matt Target. Squeezes it forward. McGinn can't quite do likewise with a pass to Watkins. Ali's there to intercept. Douglas Luiz then makes sure there's no counter-attack on and brings Dele Alli down. Still in the other Premier League games, Everton 1, Wolves 0, Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 0. Those two, like this one, into the final 15-20 minutes, and 10 minutes away from half-time, it's still Crystal Palace 0, Arsenal 0 in the 7 o'clock kickoff. As the ball is with Eric Dyer for Spurs. Now Ndombele gets his first opportunity in possession. Finds Bale, who can turn away from Nakamba and El Ghazi. Tries to squeeze it through to Kane. Angle goes against Kane for the shot. Can he find a teammate with a cross? He's held up by Mings. Drills the ball towards goal. It deflects off Mings and forces Martinez into a decent save. It's the first real effort of note Harry Kane has had in this match. It's taken 75 minutes. Again, Martinez is able to make the stop. Højbjerg now for Spurs on the halfway line. Exchanges passes with Ndombele. Bale with a little flick. It's got the legs on it though. Cut out by Target. Nakamba though loses possession cheaply for Villa. You just sense that Spurs are going to start piling on the pressure in these final 15 minutes, with Villa understandably retreating a little bit, looking to protect the lead they've built up. As Ndombele pirouettes away from Douglas Luiz. Rolls the ball out to the right-hand side. It's helped into the box by Tanganga, but that's far too close to Martinez, who can easily claim. There's been a goal elsewhere in the Premier League. Arsenal have taken the lead away at Crystal Palace. 36 minutes on the clock. Crystal Palace 0, Arsenal 1. Just awaiting confirmation of the score of that second goal. It's Nicolas Pepe. And Lincoln have doubled their lead against Sunderland. Are Sunderland going to be spending another season in the third tier of English football? The first leg of their playoff semi-final tie. It's now Lincoln 2, Sunderland 0. Brennan Johnson, on loan from Nottingham Forest, has got the second goal for Lincoln. Throwing 2 Spurs in our game. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. Japhet Tanganga takes it, gets it back from Bale. Højbjerg squeezes a pass through to Dele Alli. Spurs will work it out to the left-hand side. Reguilon linking up with Son, who delivers a cross. It's not a great one though from Heung-min Son, and Courtney Horse has time to chest it down before lashing the ball clear. Dyer decides to keep it in play under pressure from Watkins. Finds Ali. Spurs will look to come again. Ndombele in the centre circle. Luiz closing him down. Højbjerg to Tanganga, who returns it to Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Spurs probing. Alderweireld wants to play one of those long crossfield balls. That's an accurate one from him. Finds Reguilon, who can chest it down and run at Ezri Konsa. He drifts infield. Finds Ali. Ali tries to turn, swivel, find a teammate. His attempted ball is cut out well by Target. Traore now for Villa. Back to Konsa, who clips the ball upfield, but straight out of play for a throw-in. As I say, this feels like the pattern of the game is now set, with Spurs going in search of that equalising goal, the very least that Ryan Mason will expect his side to take from this game. Oh, that's loose though from Dele Alli. Return ball to Reguilon. They weren't on the same wavelength, and that drifts out of play for a throw-in, which Ezri Konsa is in no rush to take. Song acts as ball boy. Konsa will now look to take the throw-in. The Spurs do have 2 of the 3 most creative players in the Premier League this season. Harry Kane has been directly involved in 35 goals. Heung-min Son 27. And Bruno Fernandes of Manchester United sits in between that pair, who of course have linked up with each other for goals directly a record number of times in the Premier League this season as well, although the vast majority of those came during the first half of the campaign, as Ndombele and El Ghazi were just jostling for the ball there, and it was a painful one for Ndombele actually, as he was trying to win the ball. He fell, and his legs was in between El Ghazi as they both fell to the floor, and that could be a really painful one for the Spurs substitute, who's only just entered the field of play, but he's certainly going to need to receive a period of treatment. Tottenham still trail Aston Villa by 2-1 in North London, and they've suffered a bit of an injury blow. Tanguy Ndombele, brought on as a substitute, is currently receiving some lengthy treatment after a tangle of legs between himself and Anwar El Ghazi. Spurs have also thrown Gareth Bale on, but they're still struggling to create. Harry Kane has had his first effort of the match, really a deflected one on the angle, flicked off the heels of Tyrone Mings. Could have been difficult for Emi Martinez, but the Villa goalkeeper made a decent save. Villa have made a defensive alteration. Jack Grealish, just back from injury, being wrapped up in cotton wool. Douglas Luiz is on for him. It remains Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. And it looks like Matt Doherty is going to be Spurs' third and final change, and it could well be for Tanguy Ndombele. So a brief and disappointing end to the afternoon. The stretcher's coming on for Ndombele as well. I hope this isn't a serious injury. As I say, when he was jostling for the ball with El Ghazi, who did nothing wrong incidentally, El Ghazi's offering a hand of apology to Tanguy Ndombele, but he cannot have any. In fact, it's not Ndombele, it's Japhet Tanganga who's down. Sorry, that's 25 and 28, very similar. It's Tanganga who's down. I'd say it's a real sore one then for the youngster. He was tangling with El Ghazi. His leg was in between the legs of El Ghazi as he was trying to pinch the ball. They both fell down together, and El Ghazi's body weight has landed on and it entangled Tanganga's leg. Yeah, just to confirm, it is Japhet Tanganga who is down. And it looks like are they taking the stretcher? No, they're just repositioning the stretcher. He is going to have to come on. Jack Grealish has already come off for Aston Villa, of course. He's got ice on that troublesome shin problem. Just a precautionary substitution, though, that I believe from Dean Smith. But this does not look good for Tanganga. I can only hope it's just a precaution and it's not as serious as this potentially could be. Academy product, of course. Tanganga has been getting a decent run in the side himself since Ryan Mason was placed in interim charge following the sacking of Jose Mourinho. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. There's 8 minutes of the 90 remaining, but we will get this lengthy period of stoppage time following this injury to Tanganga. He has been helped onto the stretcher. Looks in a lot of pain. It's his left leg that has been kind of wrapped up and protected. Hopefully he hasn't suffered a break or any serious damage. But he'll be taking precautions. He's got his hand on his head, Japhet Tanganga. Hopefully he will be back playing again soon. Matt Doherty on in his place then. Gets a warm round of applause, Tanganga, as he goes off from the Spurs supporters that are in the stadium. So that's their third and final change. It means Ryan Mason can't make any more attacking alterations. Lucas Moura, Eric Lamela, Giovanni Lo Celso all having to be left on the bench. Doherty possibly will provide a bit more attacking intent down that right hand side. He gets his first touch, the former Wolves man. Bale then for loose pass in field, but he picks up the loose ball, challenged by the ever industrious Nakamba though. And the ball breaks to Matt Targett for Aston Villa. He clips an early ball down the line. Douglas Luiz is the furthest man forward. He's got Watkins in the middle. Traore getting up there as well. He tees up Bertrand Traore, whose shot deflects to Watkins. His effort blocked by Eric Dyer, who is on the floor. And Spurs scramble it clear. You do feel there is another goal in this game, but I'm not sure which way it's going to come. Are Spurs going to find a way through if they're consistent play in Villa's territory, or are Villa going to grab a third goal and wrap up the points on the counter-attack? The game is certainly on a knife edge. And again, Watkins has had a few efforts in this match that have been blocked when they were goal-bound. As Højbjerg brings the ball forward for Spurs, challenged by Konsa, who's been penalised. Not happy with the call there, Ezra Konsa. It'll just be a free kick. 6 minutes of the 90 left to play. As I say, we'll have a lengthy period of stoppage time after that Tanganga delay. I'd say we'll be looking at least 5 minutes. So over 10 to go, really, from a Spurs point of view, to try and force an equalising goal. Doherty back into Alderweireld, and across it goes to Eric Dyer. Villa win this game, incidentally. They can't catch Spurs, of course, but they would only be 7 points behind Spurs in the standings. Set to finish 11th, though, this season, Aston Villa. Son brings the ball forward for Spurs. He's got Reguilon on the overlap. Reguilon's low ball into the 6-yard box is blocked behind by Courtney Hawes for a corner. That was well worked. Ndombele out to Son, who waited and knew the overlap was coming from Sergio Reguilon. Reguilon's low ball in, though. Credit to Hawes, was well positioned at the front post to deflect the ball behind. Son will take the resulting corner. Whipped in with pace. Mings is there to head clear. Drops to Reguilon on the edge of the area. He's challenged by Douglas Luiz, and Villa can counter-attack. Luiz, he's got Watkins in support. It's a 2-on-2. Luiz releases Watkins. Traore getting up there as well. El Ghazi's in support. El Ghazi overlapping and almost gets in Watkins' way as Ali pinches in with a challenge. Good work back from Dele Alli. As the game is getting even more stretched, Dyer pings the ball out to the right-hand side. Gareth Bale up against Matt Targett, taking on Matt Targett. Low cross to the outside of his left boot. It's just too far in front of Ali. Cleared away by Konsa. Doherty and Ndombele combined to win the ball back for Spurs down the right-hand side. Matt Doherty, so much time to cross. It's not a great delivery. It might break to Bale, though, who gets a shot away. Blocked by Mings. Nakamba, he's had his pocket pinched on the edge of the area. Kane digs out a cross, but Martinez bravely claims under pressure. And another good game in the Aston Villa goal. Emi Martinez made some important saves in this second half. Couldn't do anything with Steven Bergwijn's opening goal. His handling has been impeccable as well. The former Arsenal man, who I'm sure will enjoy more than most if Villa can get one over his former club's fierce rivals. El Ghazi looking to hold the ball up. I don't think he was deliberately heading for the corner flag there, but he was almost there before being challenged by Doherty. Spurs will move it out to the left-hand side. Reguilon. Just looking at the attempts on goal. Spurs have had 8-4 on target. Villa have also had 4 on target, but they've had 19 shots in this game, a number of which have been blocked when they were seemingly goal-bound. Actually, Watkins earlier on has had a few. 1 or 2 others as well. There's Kane for Spurs. He's only had 1 effort really in the game. Finds Ndombele out to Son, who's popped up on the right-hand side, up against Matt Targett. Held up well by Targett. Son has to go backwards to Doherty. Son once more. Doherty continues his run, delivers a low cross in. McGinn is the man well positioned this time to hook the ball clear for Aston Villa. We're just about reaching anywhere we'll do stage 4 Villa when they clear. We're going to see another change from the visitors. The second of the game. I think it's the young academy product Carney Chukwuemeka who's going to come on for what will be a Premier League debut. So a big moment and a show of faith from Dean Smith as well. Nakamba's going off, Chukwuemeka on. And that is a real show of faith from Dean Smith, and it's nice to see. Chukwuemeka has been linked with 1 or 2 clubs. I think he's very highly rated within the Villa Academy setup. His brother currently playing for Northampton Town in League One. But a great moment for him to be coming on to the field of play for these remaining minutes. Spurs will continue to press and go in search of an equalising goal. Son down the right-hand side into Doherty's feet. Doherty turns to the edge of the area. Ali will clip it into the box. Headed away by Hawes. Bale now juggling with the ball. It's brilliant from Bale. He gets a shot away on the volley as he juggled to create some space for himself. But leaning back on the stretch, wasn't able to find a teammate with his... get the effort on target, I should say. Villa doing a good job at the moment of keeping Spurs at arm's length. We're into the final minutes of the 90. Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2 it remains. Mason, pensive look on his face. Spurs have lost 2 of his 4 games so far since taking charge. It'll be 3 and 5 if they lose this one. As Højbjerg helps the ball forward. Hawes takes no chances in hooking that one away. It's only as far as Bale, though. Not the best clearance from Courtney Hawes. Kane out to Reguilon. He allows Ali to take over on the left-hand side. We're about to tick over the 90-minute mark. It will be interesting to see how much time is added on for stoppages as Reguilon looks to get beyond Konsa. Cross towards the far post is too deep. It's 6 minutes that are going to be added on at the end of the match. Still time for Spurs. That will lift the crowd at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But Ali has given it away to McGinn, and there's another chance for a Villa counter-attack. McGinn flicks the ball into Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka's pass is behind Watkins, but it will do for Villa for now. Watkins happy to head towards the corner. Alderweireld trying to pinch it back. Watkins has got the better of Toby Alderweireld. Pulls it back for Carney Chukwuemeka, who tees up Douglas Luiz. McGinn now. McGinn steps away from Ali a little bit too easily, you would say. Can't quite squeeze it through to Watkins. Ndombele is then fouled by the backpedaling John McGinn, who's going to get a yellow card for his troubles. Don't think he'll care much about that at the moment. Free kick to Spurs deep inside their own half. Cynical little trip there from McGinn. Spurs work the free kick up to Bale on the right-hand side. He's tried to release that early, but he slipped as he'd done so. Plays it straight to Douglas Luiz. Now Watkins back into Douglas Luiz. Traore's in space on the right-hand side. Bertrand Traore could wrap the match up for Aston Villa. Always tried to check in on his left foot, and Dyer was able to intercept. Aston Villa maybe made to pay for these missed opportunities on the counter. They've not been ruthless enough, you would say, in the second half. I mentioned earlier on, 19 shots, only 4 on target in the match. And one of their goals is an own goal, of course, as Ali in behind towards Bale. That's good covering from Tyrone Mings, who's had a really good game at the back for Aston Villa. Staking his claim for a place in Gareth Southgate, not only his England squad, but maybe his England starting 11, given the injury concerns surrounding Harry Maguire at the moment. He read the danger brilliantly there, got across and slid in. It will be a Tottenham corner. Oh, actually, no, I think the goal kick might have been given. Certainly the last touch came off Mings, so that's a little bit of a surprise. Oh no, it has been given as a corner. That's it, we're just panning in on Bertrand Traore at the moment, who is making his way to the side of the field. Maybe he's going to be replaced. He is actually. Yeah, Traore going off. And it's another youngster coming on. Dean Smith handing opportunities to his academy products, and Jayden Filogen Bidas is on for his Premier League debut. 19-year-old. Again, a show of faith as he gets his first touch. Filogen Bidas feeds it in towards the other substitute, Chukwuemeka. Number 52 to number 60. Watkins trying to return it to Filogen Bidas, but Spurs are able to clear. So they're making a bit of a mess of that. Dyer's ball picked off by Filogen Bidas. He tries to release Chukwuemeka. The youngsters causing a nuisance for themselves upfield as Ndombele's picked up a knock there for Spurs whilst trying to clear, but his teammates aren't going to sympathise and let him receive treatment. They want to get the ball forward, but it's a poor ball from Reguilon. Gives it straight to El Ghazi. Mings hooks it forward, and Filogen Bidas will be able to keep this in play on the right-hand side. Is the youngster just going to slow things down? He is. Intelligent play. I know he'll be excited and want to get the ball into the box, but his team have got a job to do. The interchanges with Konsa. Goes back towards Courtney Horse on halfway. Now Mings lifts the ball out towards the left-hand side for Villa. El Ghazi beats Doherty in the air despite falling. Watkins lays it off Chukwuemeka. Why not have a hit? He does. He drags it into the corner and it hits the post. Oh, that would have been a moment to remember for Carney Chukwuemeka. He's so unlucky. He strikes the post. And that would have wrapped up the game for Villa as well. As it stands, it's still Tottenham 1, Villa 2 into the final 2 minutes of stoppage time. Everton have won at home to Wolves, incidentally, 1-0. They're still alive in the European battle, especially if Villa can hold on to this scoreline. Just looking at Chukwuemeka's effort again. Lovely low strike. Lloris at full stretch. Might argue he had it covered, had it just been creeping inside the post, but still a really good strike from the substitute. It's Bale now for Spurs. Haven't really created anything during stoppage time. Corny Hall Stadium.
Wolves back in 2018-19. The other change sees winger Johan Berger-Bunsen replace forward Matej Vidra. As for Liverpool, well, there's just one change from the remarkable win at West Brom, which was given to them by goalkeeper Alisson's last gasp header. Curtis Jones drops out of midfield. Replacement. Kickoff is at 8:15. It's the penultimate game of the Premier League campaign for Burnley and Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp's Reds have the opportunity to move into fourth place in the standings if they can pick up a victory tonight at Turf Moor. Well, Burnley's season is pretty much done and dusted. They can still climb up the standings, but they know that relegation is no longer a concern. They make two changes after losing 4-0 at home. Notable change comes in goal. Nick Pope remains out injured, but instead of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Will Norris makes his Premier League debut for the Clarets. He did play once previously in the top flight. That came during his time with Wolves back in 2018-19. The other change sees winger Johan Berger-Bunsen replace forward Matej Vidra. As for Liverpool, well, there's just one change from the remarkable win at West Brom, which was given to them by goalkeeper Alisson's last gasp header. Curtis Jones drops out of midfield with Jorginho van Altum his replacement. Kickoff is at 8:15. It's the penultimate game of the Premier League campaign for Burnley and Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp's Reds have the opportunity to move into fourth place in the standings if they can pick up a victory tonight at Turf Moor. Well, Burnley's season is pretty much done and dusted. They can still climb up the standings, but they know that relegation is no longer a concern. They make two changes after losing 4-0 at home to Leeds last time out. The most notable change comes in goal. Nick Pope remains out injured, but instead of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Will Norris makes his Premier League debut for the Clarets. He did play once previously in the top flight. That came during his time with Wolves back in 2018-19. The other change sees winger Johan Berger-Bunsen replace forward Matej Vidra. As for Liverpool, well, there's just one change from the remarkable win at West Brom, which was given to them by goalkeeper Alisson's last gasp header. Curtis Jones drops out of midfield with Jorginho van Altum his replacement. Kickoff is at 8:15. It's the penultimate game of the Premier League campaign for Burnley and Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp's Reds have the opportunity to move into fourth place in the standings if they can pick up a victory tonight at Turf Moor. Well, Burnley's season is pretty much done and dusted. They can still climb up the standings, but they know that relegation is no longer a concern. They make two changes after losing 4-0 at home to Leeds last time out. The most notable change comes in goal.
I know I can feel the light dying in my soul. I just want it to be done and get myself back, or at least to be numb. I never felt that. Try to build us up, but it fell flat. You put a hole in my heart and I fell back. Easy to tell that you're the one to blame. I saw the way you changed. I never would have stayed and I would not have felt this pain. I cannot play these games. You got my back against the flames. I feel the poison in my veins. This pain is driving me insane. Like,
wow, you're like a stranger. You ain't the same one I met back in day one. Shorty, you changed, though. Emotions chained, though. Think I'm in danger. Think I'm in danger. Venom on your lips, shorty, kiss me with death. Put me to rest. You're the worst, but you're all I have left. And now you're gone. Think I'm cursed. Ain't no lifting the hex. Think I'm in danger. Think I'm in danger.
You torture me until it's my last breath, till I'm laid to rest. Never showed me that you love me, but I paid you your respect. Feel your fingers clenching round my neck. Is this how it ends? Love you till it killed me. Didn't know that's what until death meant. But I'm waking up and I'm still fine. Feel like I'm dead, but I'm still alive. No ill will in my will, but I'm for real. Gotta leave this girl behind. I'm addicted to your heroin eyes. Watch a hollow tip leave your barrel of lies. Feel paralyzed, from there I rise. Sometimes I wish you care if I'd end up and leave, but you don't. And I realize deep down that I know I'm fine. Thought for the longest that I found a love I could hold on. It felt real divine. Lo and behold, I can see this coming from a mile away with a feeling inside. Packed up my bags and leave, and she thinks that I'm joking, but I'm for real this time.
Wow, you're like a stranger. You ain't the same one I met back in day one. Shorty, you changed, though. Emotions chained, though. Think I'm in danger. Think I'm in danger. Venom on your lips, shorty, kiss me with death. Put me to rest. You're the worst, but you're all I have left. And now you're gone. Think I'm cursed. Ain't no lifting the hex. Think I'm in danger. Think I'm in danger.
Damn, Georgie, you glowed up.
She got no manners, she a dancer, she go bananas in front of cameras, and she glamorous, I can't stand it, but they don't know that she's a lot to handle, yeah. How can't you tell? You're way too much to handle, and I hope you're well, even though you caused me damage, girl. Forget all the plans, put them to the side. It's just me and you, girl, it's you and I. Even if I can't, I still wanna try. Tell me, will you be there on the other side? Screaming SOS, come and save our lives. Meet me face to face, see me eye to eye. You can be my babe, be my sweetie pie. Already, and she said she love me, and I wonder why. Where'd you go, why'd you go, why you keep running from me? I just don't understand why you make it hard to breathe. Why you keep playing to keep it 100 with me? You got me lost and I'm taken away by the sea. I know I never really pick up the phone, so maybe you should leave a message at the tone. I don't really know my rights from my wrong, and she don't either cause she got no manners. She a dancer, she go bananas in front of cameras, and she glamorous, I can't stand it, but they don't know that she's a lot to handle, yeah. How can't you tell? You're way too much to handle, and I hope you're well, even though you caused me damage, girl.
No manners, she a dancer, she go bananas in front of cameras, and she glamorous, I can't stand it, but they don't know that she's a lot to handle, yeah. How can't you tell?
Sardis, what's good?
Do that shit, Willow.
I go full throttle, I'm a young risk taker. Smoking gasoline, getting faded, no taper. I hopped in the game just to be a game changer, but I came from nothing, I ain't asking for no favor. I go full throttle, I'm a young risk taker. Smoking gasoline, getting faded, no taper. I hopped in the game just to be a game changer, but I came from nothing, I ain't asking for no favors. Ain't shit sweet like an hour later. Shawty, you should know that I'm a young heartbreaker. Don't play yourself, there's not no damn matchmaker, but I'ma pull up and I watch him Macaulay, yeah. She just wanna fuck with me cause I'm ballin', yeah. I got paper like a desk in the office, yeah. Throw these racks and watch it pot lock and drop it, yeah. Shake for me what your mama gave you. That's bad behavior. Can't let nobody take her from me, no, no. There's one thing that's for certain. Your shawty picture perfect, and she know that she worth it, cause she know how to work. I go full throttle, I'm a young risk taker. Smoking gasoline, getting faded, no taper. I hopped in the game just to be a game changer, but I came from nothing, I ain't asking for no favor. I go full throttle, I'm a young risk taker. Smoking gasoline, getting faded, no taper. I hopped in the game just to be a game changer, but I came from nothing, I ain't asking for no favors.
I'm coming over, don't know why, but I know that it feels right. Couldn't take it, this kind of night. All the noise and the lights, so I'm driving over, and I know that it's late. I just want you close, and nothing you need to say. When you open the door, I know that I'll be okay. Can we just just stay still. Don't overthink it, stay still. Just for a minute, the world is moving way too fast, and I just need something to last, so just stay still. I'm coming over, third time this week. Waking up in your sheets, and though my head is spinning and I've been losing faith, with you I'm safe, so I'm driving over. Yeah, I know that it's late, I just want you close, and nothing you need to say. When you open the door, I know that I'll be okay. Can we just stay still? Don't overthink it, stay still. Just for a minute, the world is moving way too fast. I just need something to last, so just stay still. Can we just stay still? Don't overthink it. Stay still. Just for a minute, the world is moving way too fast. I just need something to last, so just stay. Still. Babe, I've been holding my breath all night. One more day, I'll have to say goodbye. Sweet like sugar on a sunny day. This love, I know we just can't replace. Oh, I'm in over my head, baby. I've been telling myself that I'm holding on to one more day with you. I'm holding on to one more day with you now. Looking at me with your ocean eyes. This can't be our very last goodbye. So I'm living for the moment until I go away. Oh, this love, I know we just can't replace. Oh, I'm in over my head, baby. I've been telling myself that I'm holding on to one more day with you.
most notable change comes in goal. Nick Pope remains out injured, but instead of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Will Norris makes his Premier League debut for the Claret. He did play once previously in the top flight. That came during his time with Wolves back in 2018-19. The other change sees winger Johan Berger-Munson replace forward Matej Vydra. As for Liverpool, well, there's just one change from the remarkable win at West Brom, which was given to them by goalkeeper Alisson's last gasp header. Curtis Jones drops out of midfield with Jorginho van Altum his replacement. Kickoff is at 8:15. It's the penultimate game of the Premier League campaign for Burnley and Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp's Reds have the opportunity to move into fourth place in the standings if they can pick up a victory tonight at Turf Moor. Well, Burnley's season is pretty much done and dusted. They can still climb up the standings, but they know that relegation is no longer a concern. They make two changes after losing 4-0 at home to Leeds last time out. The most notable change comes in goal. Nick Pope remains out injured, but instead of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Will Norris makes his Premier League debut for the Claret. He did play once previously in the top flight. That came during his time with Wolves back in 2018-19. The other change sees winger Johan Berger-Munson replace forward Matej Vydra. As for Liverpool, well, there's just one change from the remarkable win at West Brom, which was given to them by goalkeeper Alisson's last gasp header. Curtis Jones drops out of midfield with Jorginho van Altum his replacement. Kickoff is at 8:15. It's the penultimate game of the Premier League campaign for Burnley and Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp's Reds have the opportunity to move into fourth place in the standings if they can pick up a victory tonight at Turf Moor. Well, Burnley's season is pretty much done and dusted. They can still climb up the standings, but they know that relegation is no longer a concern. They make two changes after losing 4-0 at home to Leeds last time out. The most notable change comes in goal. Nick Pope remains out injured, but instead of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Will Norris makes his Premier League debut for the Claret. He did play once previously in the top flight. That came during his time with Wolves back in 2018-19. The other change sees winger Johan Berger-Munson replace forward Matej Vydra. As for Liverpool, well, there's just one change from the remarkable win at West Brom, which was given to them by goalkeeper Alisson's last gasp header. Curtis Jones drops out of midfield with Jorginho van Altum his replacement. Kickoff is at 8:15. It's the penultimate game of the Premier League campaign for Burnley and Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp's Reds have the opportunity to move into fourth place in the standings if they can pick up a victory tonight at Turf Moor. Well, Burnley's season is pretty much done and dusted. They can still climb up the standings, but they know that relegation is no longer a concern. They make two changes after losing 4-0 at home to Leeds last time out. The most notable change comes in goal. Nick Pope remains out injured, but instead of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Will Norris makes his Premier League debut for the Claret. He did play once previously in the top flight. That came during his time with Wolves back in 2018-19. The other change sees winger Johan Berger-Munson replace forward Matej Vydra. As for Liverpool, well, there's just one change from the remarkable win at West Brom, which was given to them by goalkeeper Alisson's last gasp header. Curtis Jones drops out of midfield with Jorginho van Altum his replacement. Kickoff is at 8:15. It's the penultimate game of the Premier League campaign for Burnley and Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp's Reds have the opportunity to move into fourth place in the standings if they can pick up a victory tonight at Turf Moor. Well, Burnley's season is pretty much done and dusted. They can still climb up the standings, but they know that relegation is no longer a concern. They make two changes after losing 4-0 at home to Leeds last time out. The most notable change comes in goal. Nick Pope remains out injured, but instead of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Will Norris makes his Premier League debut for the Claret. He did play once previously in the top flight. That came during his time with Wolves back in 2018-19. The other change sees winger Johan Berger-Munson replace forward Matej Vydra. As for Liverpool, well, there's just one change from the remarkable win at West Brom, which was given to them by goalkeeper Alisson's last gasp header. Curtis Jones drops out of midfield with Jorginho van Altum his replacement. Kickoff is at 8:15. It's the penultimate game of the Premier League campaign for Burnley and Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp's Reds have the opportunity to move into fourth place in the standings if they can pick up a victory tonight at Turf Moor. Well, Burnley's season is pretty much done and dusted. They can still climb up the standings, but they they know that relegation is no longer a concern. They make 2 changes after losing 4-0 at home to Leeds last time out. The most notable change comes in goal. Nick Pope remains out injured, but instead of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Will Norris makes his Premier League debut for the Clarets. He did play once previously in the top flight. That came during his time with Wolves back in 2018-19. Liverpool have 2 games left to try and secure their place in the top 4 this season. It is advantage Reds after the result we saw in the Premier League yesterday evening when Chelsea played host to Leicester. The Blues coming out on top in that one, exacting some revenge for the defeat they suffered in the FA Cup just a few days prior. We're underway in this game, the penultimate match of the season for both Burnley and Liverpool. Good once again, of course, to see fans back in the stadium, as has been the case over the course of this week, as fans are steadily allowed to return to football stadia across the country and sporting events alike. It is a Burnley side who no longer have relegation concerns hanging over them. They sit just 1 place outside of the bottom 3, but can afford to play with a little bit of freedom. And it's Liverpool who really have an importance on tonight's game. We'll keep you in touch with results elsewhere as well tonight, with West Brom taking on West Ham at the same time. I'll run you through the 11s in this one just for the time being. For Burnley, they have Will Norris in goal. He makes his Premier League debut for the club. Had made an appearance previously for Wolves, but the first time that he gets out in the Premier League for Burnley tonight in the place of Bailey Peacock-Farrell, who incidentally had been deputising for Nick Pope previously. It's Loughton, Tarkowski, Mee and Taylor across the back line. Brownhill, Westwood, Cork and Gudmundsson in the midfield 4. It's McNeil further ahead with Wood up at the top. Just 1 change from the heavy 4-0 defeat to Leeds last time out, as Gudmundsson comes in to replace Matej Vydra. Liverpool also make changes as well. Jorginho van Altum is into the 11. He replaces Curtis Jones. As an 11, Liverpool are Alisson, the match winner against West Brom last time out, Alexander-Arnold, Phillips, Williams and Robertson, Thiago, Fabinho and Van Altum, Salah, Firmino and Mane. Not a great deal going on in the early stages. Liverpool trying to settle down into a rhythm. It's crucial for them that they do build on what has been some pretty decent form on the road of late. They may have had their troubles at home since the turn of the year, but performing away from Anfield hasn't been as problematic. They have to go all the way back to the 13th of February for the last time they suffered defeat in the league. They have fallen to a loss away in the Champions League in the meantime, back last month against Real Madrid, but found themselves picking up points as they go in the Premier League, and that's really positive news. There might be a chance here for Salah, but in fact Mane with the final touch. It ends up over the crossbar. That's the first real opening of the match, just 3 minutes in. Stretching to get onto a long ball, and didn't look as though he made contact. I'm not sure how clean that contact was though. And young goalkeeper Will Norris not having to make a save as it goes over the bar. He'll now get on with the resulting goal kick. Downfield where the header comes back from Williams. And he heads away once again. Van Altum, his contract is set to expire at the end of this season, brings it down to midfield, and Liverpool build out to the left with Robertson, angles the ball into the box, but Burnley are there to repel the attack this time around, and then the battle ensues for control of the ball. Brownhill squeezes it away, but in the process can't find a teammate, and Cork, who was closest to it, Liverpool send it on forward, but there's a foot in there from Taylor to deal with the situation. This one will go out into touch for a throw-in on the halfway line. 4 minutes old, Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. An official off-tube studio commentary of this clash. Sean Dyche has been full of praise for his side, despite the fact that they have been involved in a relegation battle for the most part of the season. The start they made to the term, so poor it was, many felt that they were doomed and destined for the drop, but that's why Dyche has been so eager to praise his men for hanging on in there and defying those odds. Here they come forward with McNeil. Attempted cross, does find a way into the box, but there is Allison to come and claim it really well. Fantastic that McNeil was able to squeeze that ball beyond the defenders. He had very little room to manoeuvre in. That's Thiago. Forwards to Mane. Has been a goal elsewhere. Lots of Premier League games going on tonight, by the way. It's Crystal Palace 1, Arsenal 1 now. The Eagles have just levelled against the Gunners. Looks as though it's Christian Benteke who's found the back of the net there to cancel out Nicola Pepe's strike. Earlier on this evening it finished Everton 1, Wolves 0, Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 0 and Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. Ollie Watkins back in the side today and back on the score sheet for Aston Villa. It remains West Brom 0, West Ham 0 in a game that kicks off at 8:15. Of course, in this match here we're covering is Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. Action going on all over the place in these final stages of the season, and although relegation has been confirmed and the title has been decided, there is lots still to be said about the race for top 4, which Liverpool are firmly in the mix for, and the Europa League spots as well. A win for Liverpool tonight will put them into the top 4 at the expense of Leicester. Leicester having missed out on a top 4 finish on the final day of last season when they lost to Manchester United. They could be set to just lose their spot in the top 4 that they've been holding on to for the majority of the season. After last night's loss to Chelsea, it's just one win in the last 4 in the league for Leicester. And they did win the FA Cup over the weekend, which is a crumb of comfort, I suppose. Robertson just pulling on his teammates to calm down a little bit here, because it's an overhit pass and he maybe feels that the adrenaline is pumping a little bit too heavily. So Burnley will have a throw in deep inside their own half. Put down into midfield by Thiago. Foul here on McNeil means that Burnley will have the opportunity to clear their lines. Jurgen Klopp rooted to his bench at the moment. Doesn't feel the need to get out there and be too forceful with his instructions. His players, I'm sure, will know exactly what's expected of them tonight. Neil lays it back into the halfway line where Firmino hounds the Burnley midfielder Ashley Westwood. The Clarets are forced all the way back to their goalkeeper Norris. Clears away first time, and Burnley will bring this one down through Brownhill. Out on the left-hand side with McNeil now. Low cross comes in and almost falls for Wood. Lays it off and the shot then comes in at goal, headed over the bar by Williams, who took the brunt force of that one and is feeling the effects of it. Well, it was a decent ball in where Burnley have had some joy down that left-hand side. It went through a crowd of bodies. It was slightly behind Wood, and although he couldn't get the shot away, he showed patience and awareness to lay it off into the arriving Loughton, who struck it firmly, and it was on target, destined for the far corner. Would have been interesting to see whether Allison could have got across, but Williams brave as he stuck his head in the way and sees it behind for the corner kick. The resulting corner hasn't come to anything as Allison punches away. Burnley might still come again though. No, it's been cleared downfield and there'll be a throw-in for Liverpool. So a nervy moment there for the Reds, and the last thing they require at the moment is falling behind. Allison playing it out towards the left-hand side with Williams. Alexander-Arnold. Header down from Thiago, who was in the heart of defence there, and it's been lost by Liverpool. Here into the box goes Gudmundsson, just challenged as he tried to break through. Burnley's home form not great as they prepare for this corner. They haven't won in their last 9 games at Turf Moor in the league. But the way they've started this match, it does appear that the return of fans might be just giving them an extra little boost. In fact, it's not going to be a corner, it will be a goal kick for Liverpool. Taken short by Allison into Williams. Robertson down the line. Deflected away and out for a throw-in. Robertson, unsurprisingly, named in Steve Clarke's squad for the Euro 2020 campaign earlier today. I don't think he would have been losing any sleep over his inclusion in that squad. The Scotland captain, for a big summer with his national side after what's been a disappointing domestic season, hoping to maybe enjoy a little bit more success with an underdog side at the championships this summer. He'll be relishing the chance to take on England as well, no doubt. Croatia and the Czech Republic as well inside that group. Ball into the box for Burnley, goes beyond Wood. Behind for a goal kick, taken short again by Liverpool. Burnley are keeping a high line though, pressing, trying to force mistakes, and that's probably the right thing to do considering Liverpool have an inexperienced centre-back pairing. A pairing that has earned more experience as the season has gone on, but certainly still have a long way to go in their development. Both Phillips and Williams, players you believe have been in and around the first team as much had Liverpool's defence stayed fit all season. Robertson's cross here is cleared away. Comes back infield through Fabinho, and now Thiago with his socks down in the middle of his shins, and his delivery into the box is dealt with by Burnley, then played off Alexander-Arnold. Taylor will win the home side a throw-in deep inside their own half. Tried a couple of times tonight already, Liverpool. Crosses into the box, and you feel that probably isn't going to be their best route to goal. Know how strong that me and Tarkowski are in the air. There's not a great deal of height in the Liverpool forward line between Firmino, Salah and Mane. Probably going to get a lot more joy if they can work it around on the floor into feet. Nice shot passing and runs off the defenders, trying to drag them out of position. Burnley have crossed plenty themselves, and another delivery now from McNeil. Alexander-Arnold heads away. Burnley probably will get a little bit more joy aerially with Chris Wood to aim for and the form he's in at present. Van Aldum now carries away and he's into space. He's got Robertson to his left. Thinks about having a pop at goal, but he's closed down, and the effort charged down and blocked behind by Loughton. Needed to hit that one first time, really, Robertson. 14.5 minutes played. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. Official off-tube studio commentary. This Premier League clash. Robertson will take the resulting corner, an outswinger. It's delivered deep to the far post. Burnley managed to get a head away. Cleared to the halfway line with Fabinho. Now turning on the ball is Van Alden. Helped on to Firmino. Rather quiet in the opening stages of this game. Alexander-Arnold finds himself almost in the left wing position at the moment. He exchanges passes with Robertson and has now drifted centrally. An area many have suggested he might well be better suited to going forwards. Mane with the back heel and Firmino with the shot. That's going to go behind and away for a goal kick. Some really intuitive play from Mane. Found in the box by Salah. So he made the run from centre to right. And he just back heels it, but sort of comes down on top of the ball with the heel. It bounces the ball into the path of Firmino with a great deal of pace. Scuffed his volley slightly, the Brazilian. Dragged it wide of the far post. Norris confident he wasn't going to be called into action. Liverpool definitely starting to get more of a grip on this game as the seconds tick on by. No doubt they'd love a goal just to further calm the nerves. Haven't been their free-scoring selves over the course of the campaign. Netted 63 times, that's fewer than fourth place Leicester and Manchester United and Manchester City in second and first respectively. Even Tottenham down in seventh have scored more than Liverpool this season. Salah has been the leading man and once again is in the race for the Golden Boot. He'll be delighted to know that Harry Kane didn't score earlier on for Tottenham in their 2-1 loss against Aston Villa. It was the returning Steven Bergwijn who got on the score sheet. So it does give Salah a real opportunity tonight to pull clear at the top of the Golden Boot standings. He's currently second to Harry Kane. They both scored 22 goals, but Kane's 13 assists to the 4 of Salah, just have him edged ahead of the Egyptian. Alexander-Arnold forward to Van Alden. Header back down into Firmino. A slick move starting to build here. Mane wide for Robertson. Back infield to Mane. The Senegalese international drops it back and off to Fabinho. Liverpool monopolising possession now. And they can't get close enough. They attempt to drag Thiago down, but he's laid it into Firmino, and then the Spaniard gets the return ball. Thiago Alcantara again, some neat play on the edge of the box, then lovely clip ball towards Alexander-Arnold. Taylor had read it and heads clear. Burnley then clear their lines further as they find touch just shy of the halfway line. Thiago was a real presence last time out for Liverpool when they got that late dramatic win over West Brom. Probably did deserve the win. It was credible in the circumstances that they achieved it with that Alisson header in the final moment, but Thiago had been an influential figure throughout. The fact that West Brom sat deep meant that Thiago had lots of room to manoeuvre in and was picking passes and beating players in and around the edge of the box. Type of reason that he was brought into the club for that fantastic ability that he has to spot a pass and pull the strings. There's every opportunity that he could do that again tonight if Burnley do sit back for large periods. At the moment, Liverpool have got a bit of defending to do. Burnley have won a throw-in high up the pitch. It's level with the edge of the Liverpool area. Be interesting to see if Taylor just looks to launch this one into the box towards the head of Wood, and the Burnley are going to look for the knockdown. No, it goes short instead to McNeil. Has to turn away from goal under pressure from Alexander-Arnold. The England under-21 international McNeil lays it back into Tarkowski, demands it back McNeil, and he does get it. Now he can turn into a little bit of space. Early ball aimed into the box, but back there was Phillips to deal with it. And now Liverpool send an early ball forward for Mane, who will initially get goal side of Loughton, but he's going to have to slow and stop and cut back in towards Firmino. Liverpool keep the move alive and recycle possession through Fabinho. Alexander-Arnold creeping forward down the right. Fabinho again now finding the Dutchman Van Alden. Firmino drops off the forward line as he so often likes to do, just to link up. 65% of the possession for Liverpool so far, but no goals to show for it, and we are midway through the first half pretty much. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0, unofficial off-tube studio commentary. Thiago, 2 in the box to aim for, one of them is Salah. He cuts away from goal, the ball scooped up off his boot, appeals that it struck his arm, nothing going from the officials tonight, so Liverpool will build again with Mane. No cross into the box is blocked by the legs of Loughton, and he'll come back now through Robertson to Fabinho. Robertson peels inside of Mane, and the former Southampton man is the one to carry it. Thought about the shot, but instead lays it sideways through to Thiago. Salah, Alexander-Arnold, cross there is deep and too deep for Mane. Robertson will keep it alive beyond the far post, now forced out the box. He's got Loughton for company. Has to go back to Fabinho. Liverpool seem more than prepared to be patient. They showed good patience against West Brom and paid dividends. No doubt Klopp would have said more of the same again tonight, as Robertson has been deemed guilty of fouling a Burnley player, coming back to try and get to the ball. The Burnley man there just seemed to put the brakes on a little bit. Robertson couldn't put his on quickly enough. Still trying to work out who it might be. That's Gudmundsson. The Icelander was caught from behind by Robertson. No doubt that it's a foul, but one that was bought really by Gudmundsson. He knew exactly what the outcome would be there, where he stopped immediately. And it will be down to Norris now to take the free kick at about 15 yards outside of his own box, and in fact a little bit further than that actually. It's around about 15 yards shy of the halfway line. Anyway, the ball is sent forward and Liverpool win the first head, but Gudmundsson will go and pick up a loose ball. And it falls apart for Burnley as they attempt to bring Brownhill into the play. Mane found on the left-hand side by Salah. Salah has peeled wide left. Firmino has made the run into the box. Mane opens it up instead to Thiago, who stumbles as he controls, and he tries to lay the ball off, but McNeil will come and intercept. Wood holds up nicely and drops it back off to Taylor. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. Burnley need to try and enjoy a few periods of possession. I don't think anyone is going to suggest that they have to be dominant with the ball tonight from start to finish, but when they do get opportunity to enjoy a bit of ball time, they need to make the most of it. They haven't done that here. A long ball forward easily intercepted. Very one-dimensional, that approach, as they look for Wood, who doesn't have a support as such today. Burnley have been very much 4-4-2 over recent weeks. Vidra and Wood have set up a pretty good partnership. Today they've gone to more of a 4-4-1-1. With Gudmundsson and McNeil at times both trying to get there and support Wood, who is ploughing that lone furrow today. Mane to Salah, back to goal, lays off to Thiago. Again, pattern of play is set here. Liverpool moving the ball around, 1 and 2 touch passes. Fabinho to Van Alden. Now Firmino takes a few more touches as he sees a bit of space to run into. Then there's a very strange pass to Mane. He was about a yard away from him and he flicked it up onto the chest of his teammate. Unsurprisingly, it was miscontrolled by Mane, and Burnley now come away with possession over the halfway line. Taylor, the pressure, tries to deliver a cross, but that's gone behind for the goal kick, and it's not really the best idea from the left back who had sprinted forwards. You might argue that McNeil had not really done him too many favours with the initial pass. But had put him under pressure and forced him into a very hasty decision. Ellison gets us back underway with the goal kick, but it's poorly dispatched by the Brazilian. Burnley will go back into their own half. Work through Tarkowski and me, and out to the left-hand side with Taylor. Final stages in the game between Crystal Palace and Arsenal. Just 8 minutes to go. Remains Crystal Palace 1, Arsenal 1 in what is going to be Roy Hodgson's final home game in charge of the club. Back to the action here though, and a long ball forward might fall here for Wood into the box, and the volley is wide of the goal frame. I wonder if Alisson has got a touch on that one. Seemed just a percentage ball forward really from the halfway line by Loughton. There were a couple of players trying to get onto it for Burnley. One was Gudmundsson, but it fell more favourably for Wood, and now he just slices it behind. Has to be doing better there, the New Zealand international. The form he's been in, you'd expect him to take that. Liverpool's defence has been vulnerable at times this season due to the inexperience at the back. They were carved wide open there. Elsewhere, by the way, West Brom have just gone ahead against West Ham United. Looks as though Mateus Pereira might have scored directly from a corner. Potentially their final touch might have come off the head of Thomas Souček, who's just helped it over the line and beyond goalkeeper Darren Randolph. It's West Brom 1, West Ham 0. As that race for the Europa League spot becomes even more interesting. West Ham starting the evening in 7th, but with Everton winning earlier today, as things stand, it's Everton on 59 points in 8th, West Ham in 7th on 59, and Tottenham in 6th on 59 points. You've got Arsenal, who are currently being held by Crystal Palace, in 9th on 56 points. Leeds United in 10th on 56 points. So you almost throw a blanket over those 5 sides going into the final round of fixtures on Sunday. All of the games set to kick off at 4 p.m. Liverpool and Leicester. Chelsea, I think you could throw into that mix as well. All guaranteed at least Europa League football, if not, of course, better. Score remains the same here. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. A win for Liverpool tonight puts them in control of their own destiny as far as it goes with Champions League. They will go ahead of Leicester in the standings. And they take on Crystal Palace at Anfield on the final day of the season. Fabinho forwards to Robertson. It's the early ball into the box. It's a nice clearance away on the stretch there from Ben Mee. McNeil picks up the pieces, and Alexander-Arnold plays it off him and out for a Liverpool throw, taken quickly to Thiago. Firmino tried to lay it back to Wijnaldum, but there's a foot in from Cork. Liverpool win it back. Good tenacious stuff from Phillips. Wijnaldum looked as though he might have been caught there, but referee Chris Kavanagh is happy for play to continue. Liverpool have won it back anyway. Wijnaldum again into Mane. Head off to Thiago. It's about having a pop. Instead decides to lay it off to Firmino. There was a deflection on the pass, and that means Liverpool have to start again and lose some momentum. Wijnaldum 1-2 with Fabinho, returns it back to the Brazilian again. Mane, Van Alden once more, centrally, a good 35 yards from goal. Alexander-Arnold infield to Firmino. Fires in at Thiago, thrown goal, and he lashes wide of the far post. Big opportunity, arguably the best opportunity Liverpool have had since Mane's in the opening couple of minutes. I think he was onside, Thiago. A really neat 1-2 with Salah. Fantastic first time control to lay the ball off to Salah. Nice return ball back to Thiago. And he hits it first time across goal and just gets the angle slightly off. It would have been no less than Liverpool deserve after their performance in the opening 45 minutes. The opening half an hour, I should say, in this first 45 minutes. They've been the better of the two sides. Burnley haven't been without their chances. It's just Liverpool have been on top for the majority. Might have another one here as Salah is through on goal, looking to get the shot away, and he just scoops it over the crossbar. Two big chances for the visitors in the space of a couple of minutes. Thiago and Salah. Klopp applauds and smiles as his Egyptian star comes back into position. It was just a long ball forward, and Salah got in behind the Burnley defence. You'd back him all day to turn that one home. He just doesn't make the most of it. It's a bouncing ball, and he just gets under it and blazes over the bar. Here come Liverpool again, starting to build real momentum now. This time Loughton will step in to stop an attack, and a long ball forward. That's the left-hand side. Alexander-Arnold hooks it away. Nicely brought down by Thiago. He's really enjoying himself tonight. Lots of trickery on show from the former Barcelona and Bayern Munich man. Burnley were about to win a free kick there until Chris Kavanagh saw possession and stayed with them. So advantage played. Wood will head down into the box. Cork is beaten to it by Phillips, and it's cleared off the Burnley man behind for a goal kick. Liverpool, if they don't go in with a lead at the break, will be questioning how that is the case. Back-to-back wins in the Premier League for Liverpool on the road. They've scored 6 goals in the last 2 away matches against Manchester United and West Brom. A very impressive 4-2 win at West Brom, at Manchester United rather. The 2-1 triumph, of course, last time out at West Brom. They have won on the last 3 visits to Burnley as well, scoring 8 goals in the process. Burnley have only won twice at home against Liverpool since 2005, and a 2-0 victory back in 2016. And out 1-0 winners in 2005. Liverpool having won 5 of their last 7 visits to Turf Moor. We'll be confident of getting another tonight. There hasn't been a draw between these two sides since 2005. The draw doesn't really favour Liverpool too much tonight. It still keeps them in the race for top 4. It means that they relinquish control of their destiny. Williams finds Robertson. So there's been a little bit of late drama at Selhurst Park as well. Roy Hodgson's final home game as Crystal Palace manager isn't going to end on a positive. It's Crystal Palace 1, Arsenal 2 into additional time. Palace having battled back through Christian Benteke, who've just had their hearts broken. Martin Odegaard's cross turned home by what looks to be maybe Gabriel Martinelli. Get that officially confirmed, but Crucial news is that it's Crystal Palace 2, Crystal Palace 1 rather, Arsenal 2. Yeah, it is Martinelli who's got the goal, the 19-year-old sliding home from close range. That match pretty much done and dusted, and puts Arsenal in the hunt for a Europa League spot that looked unlikely just a few weeks ago, but sides ahead of them have been stuttering and stumbling. So it'll move Arsenal onto 58 points. They're in 9th place. Everton 59, West Ham 59, Tottenham 59. And that is going to be a very exciting battle on the final day of the season. Gabriel Martinelli endearing himself to the Arsenal fans. Back to this action though, remains goalless. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. Van Alden finds Robertson. Move forwards with intent to Firmino, but possibly too much intent as the Brazilian struggled to control. And then Norris has cleared away, but sliced it. It's into touch and not the sort of distance he would have hoped for. Just midway through his own half at best. Mane takes the throw back towards Thiago. Williams. Thiago out to Fabinho. And Thiago once again, the switch of play to the right hand side with Alexander-Arnold. Comes back and away from goal with Van Alden. Now Fabinho. Mane is caught there as he tried to turn by Westwood. Clever play from Mane, just allowed the ball to run across his body and started to head goalwards. I think Westwood intended to foul, but he just sort of got tangled with Mane there. In fact, replays may be showing that there was a bit more intent than initially looked. There's a flick out of the leg. So a free kick for Liverpool in a decent spot. Just wonder if this is within shooting range. Alexander-Arnold and Robertson are the two over the top of it, right and left-footed options. Chris Kavanagh is just marching the wall back 10 yards, and it'll give us an indication just as to how far away from goal this is. Probably looking about just over 30 yards from goal. So it might be just sort of on the out of reaches of opportunity to go to the target, but Alexander-Arnold will have a pop. It's over the bar. He's seen that Norris had left him a big gap to aim at, was tempted but unable to execute. It will have been a bit better swinging that one into the box, but had he managed to find the target, it would have been a very difficult one for Norris to keep out. He stuck with plenty of pace. So it remains Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. Haven't seen a game end 0-0 so far tonight. Earlier on we had Everton 1, Wolves 0, Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2. So 5 minutes of additional time now between Crystal Palace and Arsenal. And Arsenal have really just wrapped things up. They've gone and grabbed a third. Nicola Pepe with his second of the night. So that's Crystal Palace 1, Arsenal 3. And elsewhere it's West Brom 1, West Ham 0. Just over 5 minutes left of the first half between Burnley and Liverpool. Liverpool clearing their lines. Downfield it goes towards Salah, but he's not going to be able to get on that one. Back it comes, and here is an opportunity for Brownhill. The shot eventually stopped by Williams, who had allowed him to get the run on him. McNeil will have a pop, and Alisson slaps away. Wonder if this will go behind for the corner. No, Burnley will keep it alive. Back in it goes. Headed out this time by Fabinho, and Liverpool just hanging on for the moment. In his best period in the game, Loughton from range, and that's over the bar. He was the hero as a goal scorer last time out, Alisson, and he's the hero now doing his day job as a goalkeeper. It's a well-struck effort from McNeil on the edge of the box. Heading towards the near post and was going to nestle in the back of the net, but Alisson two-handed palmed it away. I swear it's all done and dusted. Crystal Palace 1, Arsenal 3. 2 goals in additional time, getting Arsenal the victory at Selhurst Park. No goals to report yet in this one. We have got a corner kick now for Liverpool. Taken quickly by Alexander-Arnold, short to Thiago. He's got 2 for company. They back off to Alexander-Arnold. The cross will now come in. It glances off ahead. It's deep to the far side where Robertson will put it back in. This time it's headed down towards Phillips, who hits over the bar. And Williams nodding down to his central defensive partner, and Phillips just kind of master the volley. Technique lacking a little bit on the penalty spot under pressure. And Burnley led off the hook as we approach the half-time break. No doubt Liverpool have had the better of the chances. Burnley have had theirs, but Liverpool creating the lion's share. Norris now clears away. Over the halfway line looking for Wood, but a diving header from Phillips, and then a free kick awarded to Liverpool will ease a little bit of the pressure. So it was Williams who was fouled. Wondering if there's maybe even an offside in there, to be honest. Nonetheless, Liverpool will have the free kick. Williams on to Robertson, on the line to Mane, who ends up on the deck, and referee Chris Kavanagh says that he's been fouled there by Matt Loughton. He escapes without a booking. I don't believe Chris Kavanagh has yet dipped into his pocket in this match. We're yet to see any bookings dished out, but I imagine we'll get a fair few in the second half. There have been some industrious agricultural challenges from some of the Burnley players. Taylor forwards now for the Clarets. Clearance away from Alisson. McNeil sends it back down the line, and Taylor tries to roll it into the box. Out come Liverpool though with Thiago. Cross to Robertson. Mane. Off down the line for Robertson, who puts a lovely looking ball, and there is the opening goal. Roberto Firmino has been back amongst them of late, and he smashes home emphatically from close range. Liverpool have the lead that their play has deserved in this first 45 minutes. They're back in the race for a top 4 spot. It is Burnley 0, Liverpool 1 in the closing stages of the first half. Liverpool have been on top for the majority of this first period, so no less than they deserve. It's a lovely move down the left-hand side. Sadio Mane plays it into Robertson. He beats the offside trap and cuts it back low towards the penalty spot. Arriving perfectly onto it is Roberto Firmino. He doesn't have to break stride. He strikes it firm, hard down the middle. Maybe goalkeeper Will Norris will feel he could do a little bit better. It's almost at him. It maybe takes a deflection off me on its way through though, and it goes over the goal line into the back of the net. So it is Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Well, that is disappointing for Burnley. So close to the half-time break that Liverpool have managed to edge their noses in front, but the writing has been on the wall for some time. Liverpool have been asking plenty of questions, and eventually they have made the pressure tell. Jurgen Klopp's half-time team talk might be slightly different, He'll still want them to go and add further to their tally, though, in the second half to make life a little bit more comfortable. A 1-0 lead will provide far too much of a nervy finish to this game if that's what they're looking to cling on to. But as it stands, Liverpool are up to 4th in the Premier League standings, heading into a final day fixture, an engagement at home with Crystal Palace, and that's the 9th Premier League goal of the season for Roberto Firmino. What has been a disappointing campaign for him in front of goal, but if he can end with double figures, I think he'll take that. For large periods as though that wouldn't be the case. We are over 45 minutes now as Alisson allows the ball to roll behind for a goal kick. The discretion of the officiating team as to how much additional time we'll get. The verdict comes through and it is 1. But Liverpool are now level on points with Leicester. They are ahead of the Foxes by way of goal difference. They have a goal difference of plus 22 to the plus 20 of Leicester. So, if Liverpool, of course, win tonight's game, then it will come down to both sides on the final day having to win their matches. Leicester will know that if they can win by a greater margin than Liverpool and swing that goal difference in their favour, then they have got every chance of going on to get top 4. We're now into the closing stage of this first half as Liverpool work it down the left-hand side towards Mane. Cut back and across to Van Alden. Thiago. Elsewhere, West Ham have levelled at West Brom. It's West Brom 1, West Ham 0, although the goal is being checked by VAR for a possible offside. The half-time whistle goes here, so Liverpool have the advantage. Roberto Firmino coming up with the goal just before the break. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low and hard. Liverpool had further chances. Defender Nat Phillips blazing over. Mohamed Salah should have done better as well when he was through on goal. Burnley haven't been without their opportunities. McNeil testing Alisson, and Wood has blazed one wide. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Liverpool have the lead. Roberto Firmino scoring just before the half-time break. His 9th goal in the Premier League this season. A lovely move that saw Robertson in at the byline. His cutback finding Firmino, arriving onto it perfectly, striking home low.
I don't wanna get involved in, I don't bother, so I wonder why she calling on my phone.
Annie into Robertson, the cutback, and a great finish from Firmino.
So do you change it at the back? Bearing in mind you've got Milner on the bench, you've got Curtis Jones on the bench. You could easily slot Fabinho back in, couldn't you, alongside Nat Phillips to give them a bit more experience?
Yeah, I would probably look to do something like that. I don't think the both of them look comfortable at that position. And, you know, let's say with Burnley, what they like to do, get on the diagonals. Woods will peel off to, he'll target, you know, one that he thinks is probably the weaker of the two, and it looks like at times he's targeting Williams. But if I was Jurgen, I'd be looking to try and make a change and maybe drop Fabinho back in there. But, you know, going forward at the moment, Liverpool deadly. Listen, you've got yourself in a great position. Burnley is a tough place to go, and at the moment, 45 minutes to go, it's in their hands to get into the Champions League.
Charlie, for the moment, thank you. By the way, when we're talking goal difference, Liverpool and Leicester level on points going into the final day. If everything stays as is, i.e. Liverpool win 1-0, Liverpool's goal difference is plus 22 and Leicester's is plus 20. Elsewhere today, and we'll bring you some reaction to this at half-time. Everton 1, Wolves 0, Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 1, Aston Villa 2, although that's only half the story. And Arsenal got 2 late goals to win 3-1 at Selhurst Park. Lincoln have struck first in the League One playoff semi-final. They beat Sunderland 2-0 ahead of the second leg at the Stadium of Light. Solihull Moors beat Barnet by a goal to 0 in the National League. Monaco 0, Paris Saint-Germain 1 in the Coupe de France final. Mario Icardi with that goal. And in the Scottish Women's Premier League this evening, Celtic beat Spartans 4-0. Finished Forfar 1, Hearts 2. That's only Hearts' second win of the season. They're bottom of the table. And these are latest scores. Motherwell 2, Glasgow City 4, and Hibs 0, Rangers 2. So Glasgow City would maintain their 4-point lead at the top of the table. 8 minutes past 9. Here's your latest BBC News.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Health Secretary Matt Hancock says the continuing spread of the Indian variant of coronavirus has made vaccinations even more important. He revealed almost 3,000 cases had now been identified in the UK, a rise of nearly 30% compared with Monday.
Nails straight into the palms of Alisson Becker. They are
with his left foot down the line to Fornals, back to Cresswell, Sammy Lee. doing the usual job for Sam Allardyce and the West Brom team. You can hear him loud and clear, old Sammy.
Yeah, he's non-stop, Sammy, isn't he?
He is.
Sammy a long time. So enthusiastic about the game, though. Great coach.
Lingard's ball to Souček. Ooh, he's got enough on it just. Randolph's got to come out. Ooh, Randolph comes out of his area and decides to take it past Pereira. Had enough space to do that, so maybe not as risky as it first looked. And West Ham, in terms of the race for the European spots, just been losing form at the wrong time. One win in the last 5 Premier League games, find themselves behind here. Home fans certainly making a difference, as they have been on the last couple of nights. Fornals up to the edge of the West Brom box, slips as he hits a right foot shot into Yokushlu. Benrahma plays it out wide to Cresswell. Cresswell's ball in, flicked header from Souček, flags up. There's an offside in there. West Brom will get the free kick. West Brom really care about this as well, don't they, Leon? Oh, hang on a second. We are going to Turf Moor. The first goal of the evening's been scored. Which way has it gone, Juliette Farrington?
It's gone to Liverpool. Their patience has finally paid off. It was a brilliantly worked goal as well. It was Andy Robinson on the left-hand side, crossed the ball, and there was Bobby Firmino charging through to put it past Will Norris on his Premier League debut and put Liverpool ahead. Liverpool lead at Burnley by 1-2-0.
Right, that's not what Leicester City fans wanted to hear. Liverpool fans will be absolutely delighted. Takes them to 66 points as things stand, and they are plus 22 on the goal difference. Leicester on 66 points on plus 20. Leicester dropped to 5th as it stands at the moment. Liverpool leading by the goal to nil. Ogbonna heads the ball out of play for a West Brom throw on the right. Now, the point I was just trying to make, Leon, was that I think partly due to the home fans being here, but West Brom have been really committed, really up for it tonight.
Yeah, I'm not going to say they've gambled at times, but they've been positive with their aggressive pressing. They've literally left spaces unmarked. They've thought that I'm going to go in and press what's ahead of me. I'm going to encourage you to play a short pass, and then I'm going to use the crowds and the atmosphere to make the stadium feel smaller, make the pitch seem smaller, and they've got a bit of joy from it so far.
Throw in on the right will be a long one from Furlong. Great distance on that. Ogbonna heads it away. Pereira was trying to volley it, smashed into the penalty area. Ball's going all over the place. Robson kind of flags up. Still a big scramble in the box. Players haven't realised, but there's an offside in there, and that will be a free kick to West Ham, and a chance for them to clear their lines. But I mean, throw-ins, corners, free kicks, West Brom are causing them all sorts of problems.
Yeah, they are, and Michael Oliver was right, just to allow play to continue, to see if anything did come of that before blowing for the offside decision, because you never know these days. But you're right, any long ball into the box, anything to challenge for, anything where there's something to go and put a 50-50 challenge in, whether that be in the air or on the floor, or someone to close down, it's been up for grabs. West Brom have been terrific in the opening 45 minutes of this game, and the fans will be hoping they continue that in the second half. 2
minutes of added time at the end of the first half, and then we'll take you back to Mark Chapman. Here's Antonio on the turn for West Ham, plays the ball to Souček, continues his run. It's out wide to Fornals on the left. Fornals cross in. Bartley's header only reaches the far post, and Souček stucks it in. It's the cross in from the right from Benrahma. He's picked out Souček at the far post, and West Ham have their equaliser in added time at the end of the first half. The flag has stayed down. The video assistant referee will check it, but West Brom couldn't get the cross away, and Benrahma picked out Souček beautifully. He could not miss. West Brom 1, West Ham 1.
Oh, we've hardly seen anything from West Ham in an attacking sense in this first half, and it comes because finally one of their players wins a 50-50 challenge. It's Antonio, about 15-20 yards outside the penalty area. He wins the first one, he wriggles away, makes sure he comes away with the ball, and suddenly they're in behind West Brom's midfield. The ball goes out wide, it's crossed back in. Souček's the one who taps it in. They're checking VAR, I think it's close.
Yeah, the lines are out on the screen in front of us at the moment, and they're looking as Benrahma hits the cross with his right foot, whether Souček's left foot is beyond the last line of defence. There's a chance it might be here, Leon.
I think he might just be okay. The fans, you can hear them in the stadium. They're hoping that this one gets ruled out for VAR.
Yeah, they've not got the pictures. They've got on the big screens checking goal, possible offside.
Well, it's whether Souček was beyond the ball. He's certainly beyond the last defender, but it's a square cross that's coming in. I think Souček is just behind Benrahma as he puts the cross in, so it looks like he might be okay from the angle we're seeing.
He's onside. It counts. David Moyes, I think, knows already. He applauds. We know they don't know in the ground just yet. They do now. And you can hear the boos around the stadium. They've not seen the pictures. They don't know about the decision. It was a tight one. But Thomas Souček is into double figures for West Ham this season. It's a big goal for them in the race for European football. It's come right at the end of the first half. And it's West Brom 1, West Ham 1.
Yeah, well, as I said, Antonio won the ball, wriggled away. The ball came out to the right, and I actually thought that Benrahma should have gone for goal himself, but he didn't. He had a bit of composure about him. He brought it down and placed it, passed it almost across that 6-yard line. Thankfully, West Ham and other players going in.
Connor Townsend, a little scoop ball. Sofal's able to deal with it. Actually collides with his own goalkeeper, Darren Randolph. We've easily played the couple of minutes of added time at the end of the first half, but obviously with the goal being scored and the celebrations, we're still going here. And West Ham are bringing it forward again. Lingard, wide to Antonio. Antonio on the left-hand side. Cresswell makes a run. Antonio cuts inside. Fornals on the stretch, controls the pass. Still time for West Ham to try and get a second here late in the first half. Cross comes in from Benrahma, and Michael Oliver says that is that. Late equaliser from Souček. Early missed penalty from Declan Rice. West Brom got themselves in front with the own goal from Souček, so he's made amends for that. He scored at both ends, and it's been a humdinger of a game, Leon Osman.
It has, it's been pretty good. I think West Brom will feel that they should be in front at half-time. I think for the majority of this first half, they've been the better team, but West Ham did miss a very early penalty kick. They've got themselves right back into the game just before half-time. They've showed moments of promise, they've showed moments of quality, but you know, it's been a pretty good first half.
Well, in terms of Europa League football, West Ham are doing themselves a favour now. They've got themselves back level. That means they would start the final day of the season on 60 points. 4 points from the last 2 games would guarantee it. There's a long way to go this evening, as there is at Turf Moor. We'll take you back to Mark Chapman. Half-time at the Hawthorns. West Brom 1, West Ham 1.
Well, let's go straight to Jules at Turf Moor.
Liverpool lead Burnley by 1-0 here, but they should be more than 1 up. Firmino breaking the deadlock 2 minutes before the break. Andy Robertson putting the cross into the area, hoping one of his teammates were there. Firmino
by Allison. Nice breakaway from the Burnley hitman in the opening 30 seconds, and they'll come again as Allison's throw out is pretty poor. Burnley breaking down the right, low ball in, just doesn't quite find Wood. It's put behind by the youngster Williams for a corner. Whatever Sean Dyche said at the break has clearly had the desired impact, with Williams having to put in a last-ditch challenge. Those Burnley fans that are in Turf Moor tonight are now firmly getting behind their side, hopeful and expectant from this corner. Dwight McNeil will deliver the in-swinger deep to the far post, headed behind by Williams. Intriguing start to this second period. I'll run you through the teams again in just a moment. Doesn't appear that there's been any changes at half-time. This corner comes in deep to the far post. Allison tried to get there through a crowd of bodies, does manage to punch. Took back into the box, and Wood will challenge Allison, but the Brazilian holds on to it strongly enough. So the 11s then for Burnley. They have Norris in goal, then Loughton, Tarkowski, Mee and Taylor, Brownhill, Westwood, Cork and Gudmundsson, McNeil and Wood. For Liverpool it's Allison, Alexander-Arnold, Phillips, Williams and Robertson, Thiago, Fabinho and Van Alden, Salah, Firmino and Mane. There is Salah. Head off to Alexander-Arnold, back to the halfway line with Fabinho. Just took his eyes off the ball there, Phillips. He had it to run under his boot. Fortunately, he had no one in close quarters of a Burnley persuasion. Williams asking for options to show they're slow in coming. So he goes across towards Thiago, who's just dropped momentarily in between the two centre-backs, and he sprays a lovely ball out to the right-hand side for Salah. He does well in front of the official Sean Massey on that touchline to keep it in play. Firmino across to Van Alden. Thiago drops the shoulder, brings Firmino into the play, attempts to unleash Mane into the box, but Burnley are there to stand firm, and now they clear away, and it's turned into a great ball. Into the box goes Chris Wood. He's isolated, 2 defenders for company, holds it up, and waits for the support to inevitably arrive. It does so on his right-hand side in the shape of Gudmundsson. Back to Cork, and now Loughton with a crossing opportunity. There's more in the box to aim for. Williams will slice it away. Robertson prevents the corner, hooks it away. Back out towards Loughton now. Brownhill, is there a shout for a penalty? Burnley certainly asked the question. Chris Kavanagh says no. Liverpool will come away with the ball. There look to be some contact in there. Well, there will be a free kick given just over the halfway line as Liverpool has stopped in their tracks. Sadio Mane brought down. And it's Georginio Wijnaldum who's the focus of the pitches, the Liverpool captain tonight. Take a look again. Gudmundsson into the box. I think it would have been a soft one. We'll see one more angle that might give us a better view. It's tough to tell, you know. But no penalty, so no use dwelling on it. Thiago for Liverpool. Sprays it out to the left-hand side with Robertson. And Mane. Just to get away from Loughton. Ball has gone deep and past Loughton and behind for a goal kick. Mane ended up on the deck. So it could have been a foul on Mane, to be honest, but I suppose the counter argument would be that he was never going to get to the ball that he'd clipped down the field. Alexander-Arnold clears now for Liverpool. Salah flicks in field to Firmino. He's got Mane left and Salah right. Helps to go to Mane. Works it back across towards Salah. Low driven shot. It's just wide of the near post. He's not had many sights at goal tonight. A former Chelsea man. He was brought into the play quite nicely there by Sadio Mane. He made a decent opportunity on his stronger left foot, but just quite squeeze it in at that near post. Look as though there might have been a slight glance off the boot of Taylor, but there's no corner kick given. It has gone down as a goal kick. Burnley will send that goal kick downfield. Fabinho clears away, helped on by the head of Firmino. Taylor hooks it back down, and then Thiago restores a little bit of order, nodding it into his teammate Fabinho. Thiago now wide on the right-hand side, rolls it to Firmino, who tries to get away from Brownhill. Looked as though he might have been fouled in the process, but play will continue. Robertson's cross is deflected behind for a corner. I wonder if Chris Kavanagh might come back to that, but it was actually westward rather than Brownhill, the 18 rather than the 8, but he definitely attempted to trip Firmino. He's definitely grown into this match, especially after getting his goal. Robertson puts the signal up for the corner. Headed away at the near post. Thiago will send it back out to the left-hand side with Robertson. And Mane trying to get the cross away, and he does as well, and Liverpool have got a second. It comes off the head of Nat Phillips. He spurned a chance in the first half, but he makes no mistake this time around, as Liverpool have now got breathing space. There's a lovely ball in from Mane, who looked to be running out of space on that far side of the field. Phillips rises highest, and Liverpool are climbing up to fourth. It's Burnley 0, Liverpool 2. And Liverpool look to be heading into the final game of the season with the Champions League positions in their control. They've got their second goal through Nat Phillips. It's Sadio Mane with the cross at the byline. Phillips at the far post. He was up from a corner and stayed forwards following the breakdown, and he just climbs higher than anyone else in the penalty area. A thundering header through the hands of young goalkeeper Will Norris. Ben Mee couldn't get close enough. It is Burnley 0, Liverpool 2. Well, that will delight Jurgen Klopp. After a few nervy moments in the opening stages of this second half, when Burnley had created some openings, there was always that danger that a one-goal cushion might not be enough tonight. 2-goal cushion itself might not be enough, but at least gives them a little bit more breathing space. A buffer if Burnley do strike at some point. And Liverpool maybe can even afford to make some changes in the next couple of minutes. What it does do, as well as keeping Liverpool, of course, ahead of Leicester in the standings, further adds to their goal difference advantage. Now on plus 23 to the plus 20 of Leicester. So it also helps them in that fact going into the final game of the season. Another reason why Jurgen Klopp will no doubt want his side to continue scoring tonight if possible. Thiago's going to have a strike from range here, but that's stopped by the legs of a Burnley defender. Jurgen Klopp with a half-cracked smile on the touchline. He knows the job is far from done, but his side are making fantastic efforts to ensure that it ends favourably for them tonight. Ahead of that return to Anfield, which has by no means been a happy hunting ground for them this season. Especially when compared to their form over years gone by, it's been anything but. Far too many defeats on Merseyside for Liverpool. So that 3 points against Crystal Palace at the weekend is certainly not guaranteed. Liverpool holding up their side of the bargain as far as tonight goes anyway. Phillips with a ball forwards, sees it headed into touch for a throw-in. Thiago will take that one. In fact, he's going to leave it for Alexander-Arnold, the right back, to take instead. Liverpool will go back to the halfway line with Robertson. Left-hand side, right-hand side rather, for Fabinho. And Ben Mee picks up possession as he steps in to nudge Firmino off the ball. Goals from Firmino and Phillips. The difference for these two sides. Incidentally, it is the first Premier League goal that Nat Phillips has scored for Liverpool. First goal he's scored across any competition. And he really forced his way into the senior side regularly this season. Say pause. Drafted in due to injuries. Robertson with a throw for the Reds. Not in a great hurry to get on with it. 56 minutes played on official off-tube studio commentary. Clearance away by Williams. The forwards now by Mee. And they can't make it stick. Clearance away from Liverpool. Comes out towards Cork, who puts a teasing ball in. There is the goal scorer Phillips to head away. Burnley battle to reclaim possession really nicely. McNeil down the line for Brownhill, back to McNeil as he was running out of space. Just gets Taylor on his heels a little bit, has to readjust and lays off to Mee. Now on the right hand side with Tarkowski. Clips the ball down the line where eventually it's worked in towards Gudmundsson. Another injury plagued season for him. Ending it in the starting lineup. And they switch the angle of approach this time to the left-hand side with Taylor. McNeil will eye up the delivery into the box. Deep to the far post it goes. Down towards Westwood, but his shot there is tame and comfortably stopped by Allison. He's just arriving onto the bouncing ball and under pressure. It kind of skews off his right boot. Lack of purchase. Here's Robertson. Cross to Fabinho. Now Thiago. I'd be shocked to see Jurgen Klopp start making some changes sooner rather than later. You won't want to get too comfortable on the result, but you also have to bear in mind that the game against Crystal Palace is so important. You want to play as fresh and needs to avoid any injuries, something that we're well aware of with the season Liverpool have had on that front. We're just approaching the hour mark. By the time we get to 65 minutes, he might start turning to that bench, especially if Liverpool can get a third. That will give him a huge amount of confidence that they'll be able to see things through. Burnley, not exactly a prolific side in front of goal. Alexander-Arnold into the box now for Liverpool. Will lay it off to Van Alden. Can't get the shot away. Has to turn away from goal. Comes out towards Fabinho. They've retreated from the edge of the Burnley box. Only scored 33 times so far this season, Burnley. It's the third lowest tally of anyone in the division. Sheffield United, the lowest scorers with 19, and Fulham with 27. Would have been level, or were level, with West Brom, but the Baggies scored one earlier tonight to notch their overall total up to 34. A side that are normally so strong defensively as well, Burnley. They've shipped far too many goals this term. 6th worst goal conceded in the Premier League. They do sit just one place above the bottom three. It's going to be their worst finish in the Premier League for a few seasons. But they are, of course, safe. 9 points clear of 18th placed Fulham. Doesn't look as though they'll be adding to their tally tonight. Burnley 0, Liverpool 2. Liverpool win a free kick on the halfway line. Firmino out to Alexander-Arnold. Phillips head off back to Williams. Thought about going right, but comes back to the opposite side with Phillips. Sharp passing from Liverpool as they approach the edge of Burnley's box. Salah's ball doesn't find the intended target, but then it's drilled back towards him by Thiago and was all the way through to Norris. Salah was inches away from getting on the end of that. Chris Wood feels he's been fouled here. He asks the referee, and Chris Kavanagh agrees. Rhys Williams manhandling Chris Wood. Might only be a youngster and baby face, but showing he's got a bit of a nasty streak. Aggressive side that's required as a centre-back. Not sure to be fazed by any occasion, especially when you step out for Liverpool. Thiago clears away from the Burnley free kick. Mane will send it out to the left-hand side. I think he was hoping to get onto it himself. It was way too big for that. Salah then attempted to get across the field, but he was also a good 10 yards short of where he needed to be. So Burnley will have the free kick, throw-in rather. We're just seeing some Liverpool players being told to go out and warm up down the touchline, so as expected at 62 minutes here, we're probably not far away from some changes. Certainly I think before we hit the 70-minute mark we're likely to see an introduction. I wonder if Sean Dyche is maybe going to look towards his bench as well, offer up some opportunities to others. He's got some youngsters on the bench today that might well choose to turn to. Barnes, Peters, Rodriguez and Vidra the more recognisable names on the bench for Burnley. They've also got backup goalkeeper Peacock Farrell. In terms of the youngsters, they've got 21-year-old defender Anthony Driscoll-Glennon. They've got the Republic of Ireland man Jimmy Dunn, who has seen a bit of game time for the senior side previously. He's turned out twice in the Premier League for them this season. Another on the bench today is the forward, the 18-year-old Lewis Richardson. Who's another that's seen a couple of Premier League appearances. Might be a chance here for Burnley, but again the shot is tame from what was Ashley Westwood in the end, straight at the goalkeeper. Richard Narty also on the bench for Burnley tonight. Liverpool's bench made up of Adrian Jones, Milner, Origi, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Shaqiri, Williams. That's Nico Williams and Tsimikas. Also a youngster on the bench for Liverpool tonight in Billy Kumatio. Player that is very highly rated, has turned out for the under-18s and under-23s this season, 8 times for each of those youth levels. With another cross into the box now. Chris Wood almost got his head to it, but Phillips stands up tall and clears. Back out to the right-hand side where another ball will come in. This time it's low and dealt with by Fabinho. Liverpool played out towards Firmino, and he's got 3 with him in this attack. It's 4 on 3 as Salah gets into the box. He manages to clip it round the goalkeeper. Has he been fouled there? I don't think so. He turns and has a look at the referee Chris Kavanagh and poses the question. Well, it was always going to be a difficult one to latch onto. He felt that he'd clipped it around the goalkeeper and then was wiped out. I think the question is, again, similar to the one we saw for Mane earlier, as to whether he's ever going to get to the ball that he's just kicked around the goalkeeper. Probably not. And also whether there's actually any contact. And again, I think the answer is probably no. Which begs the question, why is there not a booking for simulation? Here come Burnley. Chris Wood trying to get onto a bouncing ball, but Liverpool clear and the flag will go up anyway, so wouldn't have counted. It's flicked on towards Wood. Initially cleared away by Williams. It's a tight one. I'm not sure if he was onside. In fact, no, Wood wasn't. He was coming from an onside position. Williams cleared away. Chris Wood is making the complaint that Williams had a high boot there. It matters little because the decision had gone against the Burnley player for an alleged offside. Play will continue, 66 minutes on the clock. A few of those Liverpool players who had been warming up are meandering their way back towards the bench and maybe feel they've done enough to get prepared for an introduction. 66.5 minutes played. Burnley 0, Liverpool 2. Roberto Firmino and Nat Phillips scoring either side of half-time. Burnley trying to build high up the pitch, and McNeil does really well, shows endeavour there to keep hold of possession for the Clarets. Appeals from Burnley that they should have a free kick as Phillips sends Taylor tumbling to the floor. Quite sure if the decision has gone Burnley's favour just as of yet. I'd imagine so. Burnley fans are up on their feet making their complaints, and as we come back to the play from the replay, Liverpool are lining up inside their own box as to defend this set piece, which Ashley Westwood will take. Allison orchestrating his defenders. Keen to pick up a clean sheet tonight if possible, and he slaps away at his far post. Should go for a corner on the far side. It does. Burnley remain on the front foot. Right, McNeil to take this one. The 5th corner of the match for Burnley. goes the delivery. Liverpool head away. It'll come back from Brownhill. Head away again by Liverpool. Swung back in this time by Loughton. Allison punches. And there might be a free kick here for Liverpool. There was a bit of pushing and shoving going on there. Ball has gone behind. Just wanting to see what the decision here is from Chris Kavanagh. And there's going to be a goal kick to Liverpool. So they work through into midfield. And now Alexander-Arnold. Liverpool right back facing a somewhat nervous week, with Gareth Southgate set to announce his England squad next week, according to reports, and Alexander-Arnold's spot in that squad anything but secure. Fabinho comes forward for Liverpool now, has a pop at goal. It's charged down on the edge of the box by Tarkowski. Comes out as far as Robertson on the left-hand side. Infield to Van Alten. Another cross into the box towards Salah. His shot is tipped over the bar by Norris. The flag had gone up anyway. Wouldn't have counted. Just made his run slightly too early. It's a lovely ball from Thiago. Put it on a plate as he so often does. Great save from Norris as well. He wasn't to know that it wouldn't have counted. "20 minutes left to play. Burnley 0, Liverpool 2. Robertson. Out towards Phillips, who sends a long pass forward seeking Sadio Mane. He goes down to the floor and appeals that there was a foul on him, but Chris Kavanagh is not too keen to get involved. He's kept himself away from most things. As Chris Kavanagh today. Yet see a card come out. Now Salah on the edge of the box, flicks forward, looking for Firmino. The ball will come back to him, and then Burnley are able to deal with the situation. Clarets send it forward, and that's good strength shown by Wood as he holds off Williams. Now into the box and running out of space quickly. They'll win a corner. Didn't really have anywhere to go there, Wood, so I think that was the best case scenario, with Robertson and Williams both honing in on him. Fairness to Wood, he has been isolated for large periods tonight, but that's what he's done really well. He's held the ball up, he's a reliable figure, well experienced now at this level. Here comes the corner, and Mee will head wide at the far post. We almost felt that would be their best route to goal tonight, Burnley. Set pieces has proven to be the case. That's where they've gone closest to scoring. I think Sean Dyche understanding that Liverpool with a greater need for the win tonight, we're always going to be up for this game. Can understand in a way that his players might well have down tools slightly. He'll have wanted them to put on a showing tonight. for the home fans who have finally been able to come back to the stadium, but it's been a long couple of seasons for everyone involved with the Premier League. Burnley have guaranteed that they'll be playing in the top flight next term. Slight break in play here as James Tarkowski looks to be struggling just for the moment. Ball is in touch, incidentally. Chris Kavanagh has gone across to check on him and he seems to be okay. And we will get back underway. Trent Alexander-Arnold taking the throw. Remains West Brom 1, West Ham 1 elsewhere. Declan Rice missed a penalty at the start of that game, but Thomas Souček scoring to cancel out Mateus Pereira's opener. He's scoring direct from a corner. Just give West Ham a little bit more of an advantage in the race for a Europa League spot. They can no longer qualify for the Champions League. They're 6 points as it stands behind 4th place Liverpool. They are in 6th place, 6 points also behind 5th place Leicester. 1 clear of Tottenham in 7th, 1 clear of Everton in 8th, and 2 ahead of 9th placed Arsenal, 3 ahead of Leeds United in 10th. Rather 4 clear of Leeds United in 10th. Burnley swinging across into the box here, but Alisson will come and claim at his near post. He's had a decent game tonight, Alisson. He's not been called on too regularly, but when he has been asked to get involved, then he's made some pretty solid saves. He's come out and commanded his area too. Hasn't been asked to go and command the opposition area tonight, as he was against West Brom when he scored a header to win the game last time out. Change for Burnley now. Matej Vydra has come on for Jack Cork, the first substitution of the match. Has been good form of late, striking up a partnership with Chris Wood. Scored in defeats against Newcastle and Southampton. Also managed to get on the score sheet in the 1-1 draw with Leicester earlier in the campaign. 3 goals for the term. It's bettered his tally from last season of 2 and season prior when he found the back of the net once, so it's trending in the right direction, but still not at the levels that I think Burnley had hoped he would have been hitting when they signed him from Derby off the back of a 21 goal season. 21 in 42 matches. A lot of appearances from the bench, in fairness, since his time at Turf Moor. We are into the final 15 minutes now. Burnley 0, Liverpool 2. An official off-tube studio commentary. 10 attempts for Burnley, 4 on target, 18 attempts for Liverpool. They've actually only hit the target twice, because they've scored both of those. Firmino and Phillips. Here's Taylor for Burnley. Back to me. Now Tarkowski. Loughton. Tarkowski once more. There's options to show. Eventually it's Taylor who is the best option we can see. McNeil. Switch of play from Brownhill. Forwards towards the chest of Vydra. Can't knock it down into his own path though, but it will come away via a clearance towards Taylor. A cross in is dealt with at the near post by Phillips. And Burnley find themselves having to restart from a throw-in, taken quickly by Brownhill. Taylor's attempted cross cannons off Thiago, and Burnley will have another throw. Next comes Westwood. Everyone else was marked up there. Westwood had to jog across from a central area. Now into McNeil. Out to Taylor. It's crossed deep to the far post. Allison will come and punch two-handed. That's good distance on it. Burnley moving the ball quite sharply. A nice looking ball into the box. This time it's Phillips who gets there ahead of Wood, who remains a danger. And will no doubt until the final whistle, unless he's taken off before, of course. Ashley Barnes on the bench might well be drafted on at some point in his place. Phillips clearing once more. This comes in this time from Taylor. Liverpool very much sitting on the back foot in these closing stages. First time we've really seen this in the game, but with something to protect, they're happy just to soak up pressure and maybe hit on the counter if they see fit. Surprised that Jurgen Klopp hasn't turned to his bench so far. 10 minutes remain. Burnley 0, Liverpool 2. Penultimate game of the Premier League season. Burnley's final outing on home soil. Switch of play from Tarkowski. Looking to find Taylor, who caught the ball as he was going off the field of play, and the ball has gone into touch for the throw. I think he's had to defend his actions of putting his arms up above his head. He certainly wasn't trying to keep it in play or fool anyone, because that was never going to happen. We're going to see a change for Liverpool now. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain will come on for Roberto Firmino. Lots of talk that Oxlade-Chamberlain could be on his way out of the club come the summer. Firmino, having scored, has done his job for the night. Regular game time has been an issue for Oxlade-Chamberlain for various reasons. Injuries have restricted his game time earlier in the campaign, but he's not been in the matchday squad for the last two games against West Brom and Manchester United. He got 4 minutes of game time against Southampton. Was on the bench unused against Newcastle on the 24th of April. Got just 19 minutes over the course of 2 matches against Leeds and Real Madrid, so it's really not been a good time for him. He is going to get round about 10 minutes tonight. Robertson clears away. Brought down by Tarkowski. He finds me. Exchanges passes with Taylor. He forwards towards Vidra. He makes himself a nuisance and the ball will fall to Wood. Now McNeil, infield. He goes to Brownhill. This comes in from the left-hand side, and the ball is too deep for anyone to go and challenge for. Realistically, it's out for a throw-in on the far side of the pitch. It's a good crossing opportunity that for Taylor, and I think he will be disappointed. 2 to aim for, and it's not the worst ball, it's just lacking a lot of... He's got a bit too much height, I should say. It's in the right area in terms of the path that he'd aimed for, but you see both Wood and Vidra screaming out at the wide man that they were open and running onto an open space to attack it. You see Williams going down, clutching his cheek as he catches one to the side of the face. He's just receiving some treatment on the field now. Looks as though it might well have been Matej Vydra who was involved in the tussle with him. So a decent game. Williams was exposed a couple of times in the first half, but has made some really crucial interceptions as the match has gone on. Looks as though James Milner is going to be introduced in just a moment. Elsewhere, it looks as though West Ham have gone ahead, coming from behind against West Brom. So it's West Brom 1, West Ham 2. The ball has been headed in at the far post, I think, by Ogbonna. So in terms of the standings, West Ham, of course, still unable to reach the top 4. They will be 4 points behind Liverpool as things stand, but just put them in a much better position to secure a Europa League spot, which is doubly regarded as a successful campaign for the club. A team that only narrowly avoided relegation last season. James Milner to arrive shortly then, as Liverpool get played back underway and forwards with Thiago. Tries to get away from Cork. He's just overrun it and having to battle to get it back. Now Alexander-Arnold to Mane. He'll have a shot from range. It's deflected and he wants a corner. It looks as though the last touch man of Cannon back off him there potentially. There's a man down for Burnley in back play. That's Josh Brownhill, and he's going to receive a little bit of treatment. That means that we are going to see James Milner's introduction in just a second. Milner comes on and it's Wijnaldum who goes off. The captain's armband handed over to Milner, the senior figure now on the pitch. Just a further delay in the game as Brownhill continues to receive treatment. Looks as though he's going to be okay to continue. Of medical staff aiding him off the field as he takes in some water and turns back towards the field of play, waiting to be reintroduced by the referee. And Liverpool have themselves a corner which will be taken by Robertson. It's short to Milner, back to Robertson. Beats a man, gets to the byline, looks to put the cross in, it's deflected and will go for another corner. Still one change left to be made by Liverpool. There's further 2 changes that Burnley could make in the closing stages. Liverpool seeking the 3rd goal, which would just be the icing on the cake. Ashley Westwood is now down, and that's causing a further delay to the game. Referee Chris Kavanagh has just gone to see if he requires any medical treatment, but it looks as though he's prepared to get up and soldier on in the closing stages. Liverpool are preparing maybe for another short corner here. Certainly looks to be the case. There it is, into Milner. They back off towards Thiago. Burnley squeeze out of defence, forcing Liverpool to retreat away from their goal. Thiago down the line to Robertson. Run made by Oxlade-Chamberlain, who's trying to create the angle for a shot, twisting and turning, left-footed strike, and he rifles it home. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain off the bench, gets himself on the score sheet. He's first in the Premier League for Liverpool this season, in just his 12th appearance in the top flight. That's one way to show your worth to the manager, and Liverpool have got 3 goals, and with that, all 3 points. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain off the bench has made a much more comfortable finish to proceedings for Liverpool. His first Premier League goal of the campaign, twisting and turning inside the box. Liverpool having worked a short corner, rolled it towards Oxlade-Chamberlain. He faked to shoot on the right, dragged it back onto his left. Looked a tight angle, but it made no difference to the former Arsenal man. He got over it, struck it firmly low towards the near post, and it goes underneath goalkeeper Norris. It's a wonderful individual goal from the Liverpool midfielder. Burnley 0, Liverpool 3. And that just marks a really successful evening's work for the Reds. Oxlade-Chamberlain muted somewhat in his celebrations. I'm sure that one means a lot to him. Jurgen Klopp certainly delighted by it. Once more, further adds to Liverpool's goal difference. They are now plus 24 to the plus 20 of Leicester. So they are level on points, both Leicester and Liverpool, heading into the final day. Liverpool merely have to match Leicester's outcome on the day. Leicester have to win if Liverpool win, and of course go and have a healthy goal swing in their favour as well. Really, they require Liverpool to draw or lose to stand any chance. West Ham, by the way, have just gone and grabbed a third elsewhere as well. Mikel Antonio, assisted by Jesse Lingard. West Brom 1, West Ham 3 at the Hawthorns. We are into the final stages of this clash. Unofficial off-tube studio commentary being played out at Turf Moor. Burnley 0 Liverpool 3. And a comfortable evening for Liverpool after what looked as though it could be a tricky night. They had to huff and puff a little bit in the first half without really getting too much joy. It wasn't until the 43rd minute that Roberto Firmino got himself on the score sheet. Nat Phillips then with Liverpool's second on 52 minutes. Oxlade-Chamberlain having the third on 89 minutes. We're into additional time now. 3 minutes is what's set to be added on. We're just about done with a minute of those. And Liverpool can afford to wind down and turn their focus to Crystal Palace and that crucial game on the final day of the season. Palace's form not fantastic at the moment, and that will offer further hope to the Reds as they make their third and final change. Going off is Sadio Mane, coming on is summer signing Tsimikas, who's not really had a great deal of game time. Kostas Tsimikas, just his second Premier League appearance of the campaign after that move from Olympiacos in the summer. Really just going to see this one through now for Liverpool. 2 minutes of the 3 additional are pretty much done and dusted. Ben Mee will play it out from the back towards Dwight McNeil. Down the line, Burnley go. It's as though Thiago might well have committed a foul there. And Liverpool will have one final bit of defending to do before they can get over the line. But 3-0 up. Points are in the bag, there's no doubt about that. McNeil with the delivery to the far side. And it back across goal. Robertson attempts to clear, it's up in the air. With head tennis ensues. Phillips, Alexander-Arnold, and then Robertson. Liverpool on the counter and might even go and bag a fourth there. It's played through towards Salah, who would love to get a goal and move clear in the Golden Boot standings. He could have squared, but he never was going to. And it's good defending from Taylor, who puts it clear. The Golden Boot in his sight. Salah, knowing the game is decided, he's going to be selfish and every right to as well. And that will take us pretty much over the 3 minutes. Not sure if we'll get the opportunity to see this set piece taken. Klopp is pacing around his technical area. Alexander-Arnold juggling the ball as he places it down in the quadrant in the corner on the right-hand side. We'll get this set piece, and then that will be that. Liverpool to end the evening in 4th place. The delivery from Alexander-Arnold, and referee Chris Kavanagh blows his whistle, so Liverpool are up to 4th and in the driving seat for a Champions League spot come the end of the season, going into the final game. It's finished Burnley 0, Liverpool 3.
See this one out, and
this evening, full-time whistles blown at Turf Moor. Juliet Ferrington.
It has, and Liverpool have beaten Burnley by 3-0. It wasn't comfortable. They were made to wait 2 minutes before the break, before the deadlock was broken. Bobby Firmino with that one. Nat Phillips then headed home from Mane's cross 7 minutes into the second half. He also cleared off the line. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, though, his late strike with 2 minutes to go, wraps it up, and Liverpool march into the top 4. Burnley 0, Liverpool 3.
Liverpool at home to Crystal Palace on Sunday, pretty much knowing that a win will get them Champions League football next season after what has been a very difficult title defence for them this season. Chelsea knowing that they need to win at Aston Villa to be sure. Leicester hoping against hope that one of those two slips up and they can beat Tottenham on the final day and get themselves in. Otherwise it'll be Europa League football for them, but of course they've got the FA Cup to console themselves with. We're in added time at the end of the game. Yarmolenko is waiting to come on for West Ham. Diangana sliding one through. Colin Grant will give it a chase. Diangana waits for him. Wide on that right-hand side with the bright orange boots. Played across to Pereira. Pereira with a little step over. Declan Rice is not falling for that one. Stays right in front of him. Pereira plays wide left to Townsend. Townsend to Pereira again. He's still going. The little Brazilian. Jarrod Bowen just moves him back, and Kyle Bartley under pressure from Declan Rice, who doesn't stop running. Still harrying for possession. Lingard's doing the same. Can't take it off Ajayi. West Brom are being forced backwards. 3 minutes of added time has already been played. There is the full-time whistle, and that is a fantastic night for West Ham United. They went a goal down having missed an early penalty, got one back just before half-time, got too late to get the win, and what it means is a point on the final day of the season will seal 6th spot. It will seal Europa League football. David Moyes is out on the pitch and immediately straight to Jesse Lingard, patting him on the back. Job done this evening, still work to be done, but Leon Osman, they battled hard and they got their win.
Yeah, big result for West Ham and big result for David Moyes, and I think the reason he's out on the pitch congratulating his team is because of the character they showed. They were backs to the wall at times, certainly in the first half, and they hung on in there. Got to half time, had a bit more impetus in the second half. You didn't know if they were going to be able to force the opening for that crucial winning goal, but they kept on going, and it was like Bonner from a set piece that got it. Terrific delivery, wonderful desire to go and meet the header, and from that moment on the points were secured.
West Ham have certainly taken advantage of the Tottenham slip this evening. They get the win. They are a point away from Europa League football next season. It's finished at the Hawthorns. West Brom 1, West Ham 3.
Let's give you the Premier League results then. In fact, let's give you all the results from the day, and then we'll head to Turf Moor, where Liverpool have beaten Burnley. But in the Premier League, Everton 1, Wolves 0, Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 0, Tottenham beaten 2-1 at home by Aston Villa. Couple of late goals gave Arsenal the 3-1 win at Crystal Palace. Burnley 0, Liverpool 3, and West Brom 1, West Ham 3. Lincoln beat Sunderland 2-0 in the first leg of their League One playoff semi-final. In the National League, Solihull Moors beat Barnet by a goal to 0. Paris Saint-Germain are going to win the Coupe de France this evening. They lead Monaco by 2 goals to 0. In the Scottish Women's Premier League, Celtic beat Spartans 4-0. Bottom of the table, Hearts won 2-1 at Forfar. Leaders Glasgow City beat Motherwell 4-2, and it finished Hibs 0, Rangers 3. So you're up to date with all the evening's football, although the Coppa Italia is going on as well this evening. And Atalanta 1, Juventus 2 is how it finished in Italy. Let's go to Turf Moor then, get all the details of Liverpool's vital win over Burnley from Juliet Ferrington.
1 down, 1 more to go. Liverpool 3, Burnley 0 here at Turf Moor. It was comfortable in the end. They were made to wait, though, until 2 minutes Liverpool before they managed to get their break and their first goal. Bobby Firmino got that one, finishing off from Robertson's cross. Nat Phillips then headed home for his first Liverpool goal from Mane's cross 7 minutes into the second half. He also cleared off the line. But Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain's late strike with 2 minutes to go wrapped up this win. His first goal, by the way, since the night Liverpool lifted the Premier League trophy way back in July last year. Now, Burnley did have chances, they just didn't go in. But 9 games unbeaten now for Liverpool. They're peaking at the perfect time. 3 more points to make sure of it, Champions League football. Jurgen Klopp called tonight a semi-final. The final, he says, is on Sunday, and that's against Crystal Palace at Anfield. Burnley 0, Liverpool 3.
Charlie Adam has been watching the Burnley-Liverpool game with us. So Liverpool and Leicester, Charlie, level on 66. Liverpool's goal difference is 4 better than Leicester. So even if Liverpool were to beat Palace 1-0, Leicester are going to have to put 5 past Tottenham. Winning, they're in, basically, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a unbelievable turnaround from 6 to 8 weeks ago, where they were, people were saying they got no chance. I believe that they could have won every game from then, so just the quality they had. And listen, from where they were to being at home against Crystal Palace for a chance to win, to get into the Champions League, it's brilliant. And they've battled away. I said at the start of the programme about the 2 lads at the centre backs. I thought Phillips was excellent. I thought he was brilliant at the back. He commanded. Woods had a couple of chances, but he done brilliant, and he got himself a goal, first Premier League goal, and it's a huge result for Liverpool. It was a tough place to go.
You talk about Liverpool having a good 6 to 8 weeks. Actually, Nat Phillips has had a good 6 to 8 weeks, hasn't he? Credit where credit's due here.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think he stood up to the challenge. I think if any goal goes in against Nat Phillips, then it's we need a centre back. He's no good enough, and that's just how people might have been thinking about it. But to be fair, I think he's been excellent. And again tonight, I thought he was dominant. He had a couple of ropey bits in the first half where he tried to play out, but he's playing with confidence. And Liverpool have got themselves in a great position, and they'll be delighted to take it to the last day at home against Palace.
What has changed for you over the last 6 to 8 weeks? I'll ask Lee on this as well when it comes to Liverpool in a moment. But for you, what's changed?
A little getting some players back fit, a little bit of luck, and not conceding goals. At the start of the season, they were shipping goals a lot, and I think they're in a better moment. I think people criticise Thiago during the season, but I think he's a wonderful footballer. I've seen tonight at times he just took control of the game. He dictated the pace of the game, put his foot on the ball, rolled it with his studs. He was at times it was like a testimonial for him. He was enjoying himself that much, and it was. They got wonderful footballers, and let's say it has been a tough season because when you go from the high of winning the league last season to finishing 4th, they won't be happy with that. But the big thing is getting into the Champions League.
Has Fabinho being back in the midfield, Leon, made a big difference?
Absolutely. We've been saying that for the majority of the time, that yes, he's a very good defender. He's a decent centre half when he goes back there, but he lacks a Fabinho to actually do it for him in midfield, to protect him. They've missed that position. So to have him back in front, it just means that you're only making defensive changes. Everything else can stay the same. Thiago can go and play. Thiago can then get on the ball and not be worried about the defensive responsibility. He's got Fabinho behind him to be able to do that. And I also think sometimes, yes, Charlie's right, a little bit of luck, but opportunity as well. Things have opened up for Liverpool. The other teams around them have lost. Suddenly they've sniffed an opportunity that they can rescue the season, but they can get back in the Champions League positions if they just get together, galvanise. They've got something to aim for now. The season's not over, and when you've got a squad full of quality players, sometimes that can be enough.
Charlie?
Yeah, no, I think Leon's hit it on the head. They need an opportunity, and other teams have fell away. Leicester, where they, again, same again from last season, they've fallen away again, they're at 5th at the moment. Chelsea, you know, everybody thinks Tuchel's had a great season, but all of a sudden they might end up with no trophies. And all of a sudden, you know, we know what Abramovich is like. It could be, you know, get rid of him and get somebody else in. So, yeah, listen, Liverpool have hung in there, and they've been able to give themselves an opportunity because they keep winning football matches, and everybody else is slipping up near them, and they've taken full advantage of that.
Also helps, Leon, doesn't it, if your goalkeeper pops up and heads one in injury time.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad to be if the rest of your team are struggling, and here at West Brom at the weekend they were, and that's what happens sometimes. You've got a real sense of opportunity and purpose, and you know, you feel that things are falling your way. So, you know, when that happens and they're being frustrated by what was a decent performance by West Brom, to then just still have that belief going into the final stage, just send your goalkeeper up, let's see what he can do. It's going to happen, guys. That was the feeling. They had the goal disallowed, West Brom. They had a bit of help in the build up to the first goal impulse. So things just seem to be falling into place at the right time.
Now, put aside the club that you played for, Leon, because there's a very obvious answer to this next question. So
you'll probably get the obvious answer then.
Well, yeah, but right. But as a player, Chelsea have 67, Liverpool 66, Leicester 66. Chelsea are at Villa, Liverpool at home to Palace, Leicester at home to Tottenham. Which squad would you not want to be in?
Well, I think you want to always have the points and the opportunity, knowing if we win that it's all in our hands. So I think that, you know, just with regards to this, because Leicester have obviously won the FA Cup, so you wouldn't necessarily not want to be in Leicester City's team and squad this season, but going into just this opportunity, you'd want to be one of the teams in the position already, knowing it's in your hand. That comes with a certain bit of pressure. It comes with a certain bit of expectation, especially, you know, when Liverpool will be playing at home in front of the fans for that. But you know, I think it's always better to know that if you win, you've secured the position.
I'll be on the text commentary on the BBC Sport website now. Leon Osman wants to play for Liverpool.
He never said that at all, chappers. Don't put words in my mouth.
Can I add to that? I think Chelsea are in a difficult situation now. You know, you have Champions League 6 days later. You're there, but you have a difficult away game at Villa, who had a brilliant result tonight against Tottenham. So I think Leicester have to just approach it that they've still got an opportunity, and hoping that Villa do something. I do think that will stay as it is. I think Chelsea, you know, will get a draw away at Villa, and I do think that Spurs will get a draw at Leicester. So it's going to be difficult, but I wouldn't want to be in that Chelsea camp, because you can't put all your eggs in one basket and think you're going to win the Champions League.
Chelsea looks the most difficult, Alistair. Do you not think?
I do, and I agree with Charlie, particularly off the back of what's happened this evening, and as we've seen, Mark, over the last couple of days, the difference that the home fans can make. You know, Jack Grealish as well, back for Villa. You know, desperately trying to impress at the end of the season with the Euros around the corner. So I do, and I think just in terms of team selection, and we know Thomas Tuchel does like to change it, but trying to balance those two things, the Champions League final, having the players ready.
But you'd still rather be in that position, wouldn't you, knowing that it's still in your hands. I do agree that Chelsea have a difficult game. The
pressure's on Chelsea, though, isn't it, here?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is, because of the expectations they're expected. They've already lost in the FA Cup final. There will be a little bit of nervousness around Chelsea fans, knowing that they could potentially finish the season without any of the things that they're trying to get. So it's a huge game for Chelsea. Villa will know that. Villa will be up for it. I've got Villa friends that are fans, and they're going to the game. They're so excited, not only to cheer them on, but knowing that they could damage Chelsea's opportunity to win everything. So, and we've seen so many funny results. Arsenal beat Chelsea at Stamford Bridge last week. Leicester lost the home to Newcastle already. So we know that funny results can happen, and it's all still to play for.
Chelsea 67, Liverpool 66, Leicester 66. After Liverpool's 3-0 win at Burnley, Andy Robertson spoke to Guy Mowbray.
Well, Andy, does that feel like a real relief to have got another one out of the way and another win?
Yeah, of course. Look, as the games go,
it's good to keep ticking them off. We knew this game was going to be incredibly tough. When we came out to warm up, Burnley came out at the same time, and you heard, the roar from the fans. So naturally, that's going to give Burnley a lift, and it certainly did. First half was really difficult, so it was so important that we came here and got our win. And we had to do the ugly things really good today. We had to win our battles, win our headers, and I think we've done that really well. Keeping a clean sheets here is never ever easy, and we've managed to do it. So huge performance from us, but look, it's only now we've got a huge one Sunday. We've took it down to the last day. Maybe 5-6 weeks ago, not many people would have gave us a chance. We've gave ourselves a chance, but that's all it is.
You mentioned the Burnley crowd. Of course, it was home support only, but did it boost you hearing all the noise around the ground as well?
Yeah, of course. Look, I don't care if it's Mon fans, singing all of our names, or getting abuse off the Burnley fans or anyone. Fans make football. I think you've seen that. As of last night, when the fans have started getting in, there's been a bit, more tempo to the game, a bit more, fight. That's what you want to see, and fans bring that. So I think we've, over the last couple of weeks, we've realised how big fans are in football. Maybe we took it for granted before, but we'll never do that again. And luckily we've got our own fans back at Anfield on Sunday. I'm sure the reception we'll get will be good, and we need to try and put in a performance for them, because we need 3 points, and we need to work really hard to get it off Crystal Palace.
Focused so far on the race for the top 4, and there's a danger of West Ham falling out of our discussion again, because we're going to come on to Tottenham in a minute. But Ali, after that win at West Brom, now a point at home to Southampton, and they'll be in the Europa League.
Yeah, because they're on 62 points, and because of Tottenham's defeat this evening, so Everton got their win. Tottenham and Everton are both on 59. Tottenham have the best goal difference of those three, but if West Ham get themselves a point at home against Southampton, they move to 63, and the other two can't catch them. And then, just as I was explaining at the end of the commentary, Mark, the thing there for I think the fans to take note of is the difference between 6th being Europa League football and 7th being, yes, European football, but this new competition, the third tier competition next season, the UEFA Conference League, which I know, this has been debated and people can debate it ad nauseum, that I'm sure fans of Tottenham in particular, considering they've been more used to European football than the others, will think, do you know what, I don't fancy that. I'd almost rather be out of Europe and concentrate on trying to get back in the top 4 domestically next season.
So Ali there basically, Leon, is suggesting Everton would be happier to be in the Europa Conference than Tottenham.
How dare he? Is that what I'm saying? I think. I know.
Would you rather finish 8th, Leon, and not be in the Europa Conference?
I know what he's trying to say, because Tottenham are used to Champions League, not used to Champions League, but they've been in the Champions League, they've been in the Europa League, and that's the kind of competition that they want to play in. And if they can't play in that, they don't want to play in any. But I think you've got to want to finish near the top of the league. You've got to want to compete and be in as many competitions as possible. You've got to want to strive to be into European football, because I think it helps your team year on year. For Everton to get into European football, wherever it might be, is another step on the ladder. It's another step of improvement. It helps bring better players. It helps bring in a better sense of where you're going direction wise. And I actually feel that if Tottenham were to not even get that kind of qualification, I think it shows exactly where that club's going at the moment.
The West Brom website have just announced the following. Sam Allardyce has released this statement after informing the club of his decision to step down from the post of head coach at the end of the season. Allardyce says, West Brom made me a generous offer to stay at the Hawthorns that shows the commitment of an ambitious club. After serious consideration, I've decided not to accept that offer. If I were to stay and achieve promotion next season, the expectation would be for me to continue for at least another season, and sadly that is not a commitment I feel able to make at this stage of my career. Does that surprise you, Charlie?
No, I think Sam's he could pick and choose his jobs if he wants to. I think he's like Roy, might just go and might never see them back in the game again. I think he maybe just had enough, and it's a difficult job to, when you take a team down and you get relegated. He went in there at a difficult time as well. But no, I'm not surprised, and it's a great opportunity for whoever gets the job, because there's some good players there. But it's just surprising it's come, literally 20 minutes after kickoff. So that's the way it goes. But maybe they'll have to do something different and they'll look forward to next season in the Championship, which is, going to be difficult because they're going to lose probably the better players. Sam Johnson, I think, will probably get a move somewhere else, and Diangana has done really well for them as well. So Pereira, sorry. So they've got their players that are going to attract interest from other ways.
He said, Leon, as well in the statement, the club would best be served by a young, ambitious manager who can get us back to where we should be as an established Premier League football club. They need a young, ambitious manager who maybe breaks the cycle of getting them promoted, and then the owners or the board losing patience with them and then getting rid of them.
Yeah, I suppose so. I think I can understand Sam Allardyce's thoughts about coming down, promotion and being in for another year. I think he quite likes the position he's got himself into, where he can try and rescue clubs that are struggling in the Premier League. He's become very adept at it. He gave West Brom a good go. That's his first time he's been relegated, but I don't think anyone looking at the club is saying it was Sam Allardyce's fault. And I wondered during the game whether he'd still be here. I think he certainly did look enthusiastic on the touchline. He looked like he was really enjoying himself. So I'd be very surprised if this was his last role as a football manager. But yeah, I can see that West Brom probably do need a young upcoming manager, one that's got a long-term plan for the club, that's going to bring the club up and try and play a certain way and as you said, cement them in the Premier League longer term.
I would imagine, Ali, that Chris Wilder goes to be favourite.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to Google the odds, but I can't
it's a good shout, Mark. That's. I mean, yeah. There'll be a fair few names put there, but the point you made, Mark, and I think you and I have. It's very difficult to get it back. I mean, they've been relegated from the Premier League 5 times, and that's the only period in which they've managed to stay there for a consistent period of time. And even, with the stadium and the history and, the infrastructure, it is difficult to do.
Yeah, but what is positive is the fact that they always keep coming back up. So you don't want to get too far away from that, where you try things and suddenly you end up out of the Premier League for 8 and 9 seasons because you tried something a little bit different, a little bit out of the mould from what you usually do. Because yes, West Brom do want to get back to the positions where they're staying in the Premier League, but at the moment to come up and go at it and go down, and then that you've got a real good opportunity to come back up again. We don't see that about every club. There are some clubs that go down and stay down and go down again, in fact. And you only look at the likes of Wigan and Sunderland that were regular Premier League sides as well. So it's not a bad identity to have, to be able to know that if you do go down from the Premier League, you can come straight back up.
Just want to bring Tom Mitchell into our discussion. A Tottenham fan, season ticket holder, was at the game earlier this evening. How are you, Tom?
Hi, Mark. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I mean, it did sound like a great atmosphere for the majority of that game. Understandable protests against the owners after what fans went through with the European Super League, and then it got even worse after the game, didn't it?
Yeah, it was. It brought back memories of the last game of the 2002-2003 season, which was actually Teddy Sheringham's last game, when we, I say we as Spurs fans, we threw our season tickets onto the pitch. We weren't going to throw our phones onto the pitch today, but we were tempted with some of the free sausage rolls that Daniel was going to give us in exchange for the £60 to make up the £60 ticket cost. It was it wasn't pleasant at the end.
Who at the end, because it was £60
Don't know what I'm doing. Feel like I am going crazy. Keep it down. You look good, you know it. I can tell you're soaking up all up and down. Listen to what I say, let's get to it, and we won't tell nobody, yeah, we won't tell nobody, hey, listen to what I say, let's get to it,